show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pacific414 Pop Talk is here. Join the conversation. We got Darren, Norman, text, cash money, 007, and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions will have opinions made from the panel to the chat. Everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties, and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific414 Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Darren, Cash, and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific414 Pop Talk is one of a kind. It's true. True. It's true.
This is a special report from Channel 4 News. Good morning, I'm Ken Shocknick, and Space Shuttle Challenger is just a few seconds away from blasting off from the Kennedy Space Center near Cape Canaveral, Florida. Let's take a look right now. Challenger finally getting ready to leave KSC. It's launch delayed a couple of times because of weather and mechanical problems.
T-minus 15 seconds.
The voice of launch control, Hugh Harris of NASA.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff
rocket boosters
of the
kicking in.
25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Challenger going into its roll. That's planned.
Good roll program.
Spiral away from pad 39B, the first use of pad 39B since the old Apollo days and the Skylab missions. It's chilly in Florida. Icicles formed on the pad overnight. NASA engineers are concerned that they might have broken off during the launch and affected the fragile heat protection tiles that protect the shuttle on its way back in during re-entry.
We'll throttle down to 65% shortly.
Don't know what the effect might be just yet. The astronauts will take a look later on during the mission.
Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs.
APUs, the auxiliary power units.
2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles.
It's always amazing to hear how quickly the shuttle moves. It's already more than 4 miles downwind as we just
Engines
heard.
throttling up. 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
Roger, go with throttle up.
This shuttle mission will launch, my God,
1 minute 15
there's been an explosion.
Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
This is not standard. This is not something that is planned, of course. I can see a solid rocket booster has broken away from Shuttle Challenger. That's what you're looking at in the middle of your screen. I cannot see the shuttle itself. I don't know if it's able to continue on one rocket booster. If it's able to jettison that rocket booster, it will be able to return to the Kennedy Space Center, perhaps. The shuttle engines are not enough to power the shuttle back down. It would have to shut down.
Looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction.
I hope they were able to survive. I hope the astronauts...
We have no downlink.
we have absolutely no sign at all of the shuttle itself. All we saw was that one explosion only about a minute into the flight, and we saw the solid rocket booster. Now here's something coming down. I don't know what that is. I don't think that that's the shuttle. I believe that's a piece of debris that's coming back earthbound. I don't know. It's too small for the shuttle itself. Pieces falling out of the sky in the Florida morning. It's about 20 till noon in Florida. There are contingency plans for the shuttle when something does go wrong, when something goes terribly
We have a
wrong.
report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Flight director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point.
8:40, and we hear from launch control, the vehicle has exploded. That's the orbiter itself, the shuttle Challenger, has exploded. We
Contingency procedures are in effect.
assume that the crew is not alive.
Years ago, that occurred. 40 years since that tragic Tuesday back in 1986, where we lost 7 members of NASA. 7 very special people. 7 people who trained for this mission, who were ready for this mission, and, spent their career preparing for this mission. The commander, Francis R. Scobee. Pilot, Michael J. Smith. Mission Specialist, Judith A. Resnik. Second Mission Specialist, Ronald E. McNair. Third Mission Specialist, Ellison S. Onizuka. Crew member, Gregory B. Jarvis. And he was to be the first teacher in space, Christa McAuliffe. I know this is a heavy topic even 40 years later. For those of us who were around that time, me being 7 years old, DJ, how old were you when this unfortunate tragedy occurred?
I was literally in my mom's womb, and I believe she was watching this on the little black and white TV in the kitchen. We had a small Panasonic, about 5 inches, but yeah, she caught it then. And yeah, I'm trying to remember if there's one of those, like, sometimes my mom would have a story like this, and it would be like the day she would put on a CD player and not be tuned into the world, but I think this time she was actually watching TV.
Mm-hmm. Well, you think about not just this space shuttle launches, but 24 space shuttle missions prior to this one. It was an event, sending astronauts up into space, showing the ingenuity of not just a nation, but of human beings, what we can do when we put our minds to it. And nobody expected this. Nobody anticipated an accident like this happening 40 years ago. This mission, yes, it was delayed multiple times due to weather. And I am going to pull up an article related to what the weather conditions were for that morning of January 28th, 1986. This comes from Arkfield, and it says, Weather in Space Shuttle Challenger disaster on January 28th, 1986. So I'm going to go ahead and put the link into the chat as always. And I'm going to go ahead and read this. And DJ, if you'd like to add anything as I go along, please feel free to do so. And of course, I am with DJ Ronnie G this evening. Cash might be along, but Baron will not be along today. But this article, which was actually posted a year ago by Paul Dorian, goes on to say, overview. And I will change it for the appropriate anniversary. Today marks the 40th anniversary of the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, which occurred on January 28th, 1986, when the NASA Space Shuttle Orbiter Challenger mission STS-51-L broke apart 73 seconds into its flight, leading to the deaths of its 7 crew members. STS-51-L was the 25th American Space Shuttle program flight since the program began in 1981. It was also the first mission to have a civilian on board, American teacher Christa McAuliffe. The spacecraft disintegrated over the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Cape Canaveral, Florida at 11:39 Eastern Standard Time. According to the report of the Presidential Commission on the Space Shuttle Challenger accident, weather conditions were likely one of the factors that contributed to the incident. Tests conducted during the subsequent investigation showed that O-rings were much less resilient at lower temperatures, but the extreme cold at the Kennedy Space Center was not only the weather factor involved with this tragedy. Wind shear aloft may have been a contributing factor as well, with 2 different airstreams in the vicinity of the launch site of the Space Shuttle Challenger. Weather's role in scheduling changes prior to the actual launch day. Challenger's launch had originally been scheduled for the afternoon of January 22nd. After a 2-day slip related to the previous shuttle mission, bad weather at an emergency landing site in Senegal, and problems with an alternate site in Monaco delayed the launch to Sunday, January 26th, Air Force weather forecasters provided a pessimistic Sunday forecast to NASA managers the night before, causing managers to postpone Sunday's launch in advance. However, as it turned out, the weather was fine on that Sunday. Morning leading launch director Gene Thomas to say, Sunday morning, the weather was perfect. We had a bad report. It happens. The countdown then proceeded toward a launch on Monday, January 27th at 9:37 a.m. After the crew boarded Challenger, a tool used to close the hatch became stuck. The ground crew eventually removed the tool, but by that time, the crosswinds at the shuttle landing facility rose above the acceptable limit for return to launch site RTLS, emergency landing at 12:35 p.m. The launch was scrubbed for January 27th and rescheduled for Tuesday, January 28th at 9:38 a.m. After a Monday scrub, weather forecasters briefed managers on the outlook for Tuesday morning, January 28th. Clear skies were forecast, but unseasonably cold weather was expected to sweep through Central Florida. The minimum predicted air temperature at the launch pad bottomed out at 22 degrees Fahrenheit for the hours just before dawn on Tuesday, January 28th. So, again, it was very cold, unusually cold for Florida day that particular morning. With sub-freezing temperatures predicted, ground crews drained most of the water pipes at the launch pad to minimize ice formation. Those that could not be drained were left running overnight, and strong wind gusts blew water onto pad structures where it subsequently froze. The ice inspection team was sent to the launch pad several times overnight to evaluate conditions at the launch pad. Before each shuttle launch, the ice team would do a review of any potential ice buildup on the external tank caused by the supercooled liquid oxygen and hydrogen in the tank. Ice on the tank and launch pad structure was considered a debris hazard because it could break off and damage the shuttle's fragile thermal protection tiles, i.e. heat shields. The very same heat shields that unfortunately broke apart during the launch of the shuttle Columbia back in 2003, which ultimately led them to their unfortunate disaster upon re-entry. All right, so it says upon seeing the amount of ice on the pad, the launch team decided to delay the launch to 11:38 a.m. in order to give the sun time to melt some of the ice and minimize the debris risk. Arctic air outbreak. It says there was indeed a widespread Arctic air outbreak on the eastern U.S. on that late January day in 1986 that pushed record-breaking cold air all the way down into central Florida. Arctic high pressure extended southward into the region during the overnight hours, helping to contribute to the record-breaking cold surface map above Melbourne, Florida, located about 35 miles from Cape Canaveral, recorded a record low temperature of 26 degrees. The normal low on January 28th is 50 degrees. Likewise, Orlando has had a record low of 26 degrees that morning. Both records still stand, and both locations broke their record lows the following morning as well. As a result of the cold and gusty winds, ice accumulated on the launch pad area in the overnight hours. The ice was removed by crews, and multiple ice checks took place prior to launch. According to the investigation report, the ambient air temperature at the time of launch was at 11:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time was measured at 36 degrees. The measurement was made near ground level by a weather tower 1,000 feet from the pad. However, the temperature near the failed solid rocket booster joint, located at a higher altitude, was actually estimated to be 28 degrees Fahrenheit. Not only was the ambient air near the solid rocket booster joint colder than the ground level, measurements due to altitude differences, but the failed joint was shaded from the sun during the hours prior to liftoff. Joints on the sun-facing side were estimated to be nearly 20 degrees warmer than those on the shaded side at liftoff. Furthermore, the gusty winds created an enhanced cooling effect between the supercooled tank and the O-ring. And there's an illustration of everything that was going on that morning. The contributing factor of wind shear and two different jet regimes. In addition to the extreme cold, wind shear, change of wind direction, and speed with altitude played a vital role in the Challenger disaster, as it contributed to the failing of the O-rings on the solid rocket booster. At the time of the launch, the upper troposphere airstreams, west to northwest flow of air near 300 millibars exiting the polar front jet, PFI, located over the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, was located beneath an accelerating west to southwest flow of air entering a subtropical jet, or STJ, located east of Florida. The interaction of these two different jet regimes appeared to be most pronounced over north central Florida by 1630 GMT. with descent maximized just to the west of Florida and ascent located just above the east of the launch site locations. Source bulletin of the American Meteorologist Society, Volume 67, Number 10, in October of 1986. A report on the upper level wind conditions preceding and during the shuttle Challenger STS 51-L explosion, Dr. Louis W. Usolini. The first hint of trouble occurred at liftoff, but was not noticed until film was developed after the accident. Several puffs of smoke were seen emanating from the right solid rocket booster aft field joint. Challenger encountered several bouts of wind shear, see sounding plot above, starting around 37 seconds into the flight and lasting through just about 1 minute after liftoff. About 1 minute after liftoff, a flame plume becomes visible on the right side rocket booster. The plume originates from the aft field joint, the same area as the smoke seen at liftoff. The plume grew and was pushed by aerodynamic forces toward the external tank. The first evidence of external tank failure is the interaction of the plume with the liquid hydrogen leaking from the external tank about 65 seconds into the flight. The plume also began to burn the strut connecting the right solid rocket booster and external tank. The tank structure failed approximately 73 seconds after liftoff, causing the liquid hydrogen and oxygen to vaporize with local combustion. Challenger itself did not explode, but was torn apart by extreme aerodynamic forces. Several large components of Challenger, including the right wing and crew compartment, are visible in the photographs and film after the breakup. Tests conducted during the Rogers Commission investigation showed that O-rings were much less resilient at lower temperatures. As a result, they would not be able to expand along with the solid rocket booster's case motion and may not seal the joint properly. This is what happened with sub-freezing O-rings in Challenger's right solid rocket boosters aft field joint. The shuttle was designed to handle a certain amount of structural load with a margin built in. During the shuttle's 8.5-minute ride to orbit, onboard computers steered the shuttle along a pre-planned trajectory. Before launch, upper-level winds were typically monitored by a series of balloons and other devices. Engineers used the wind data to optimize the shuttle's trajectory to minimize load caused by upper-level winds. If the predicted structure load was outside of acceptable limits, the launch would have been scrubbed. In general, wind shear is more important for structural load than just wind speed by itself. The structural loads seen during Challenger's ascent were among the largest in the history of the shuttle program. However, the Rogers Commission determined they were not outside of the design limits and therefore did not themselves cause the accident. Some experts believe, however, that the O-ring failure and as a result, the Challenger accident would not have occurred without high wind shear. On September 29th, 1988, and we will definitely get to that about Discovery, but I also want to welcome in my other guest, Anonymous.
I'm sorry, it's a somber occasion. I was about to sing the Anonymous song, but yeah, probably, maybe not the best time to sing it.
Yeah, don't be
Anonymous, welcome to the show, and I want to say hello to everybody real quick, as well as including Gary over on Rumble. And let me get to everybody. I know I usually try to greet you guys in the beginning of the show, but I want to get to this information right away for you. So I want to thank Bill McCracken, who says, NASA tried by 1985 to want to show they could launch the shuttle at any time of year and under any weather. They were warned not to launch if the temperature was below 51 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, and one of the things that you could also blame, one of the factors you can blame on this unfortunate disaster is NASA management.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want to say hello to Tim. Tim has provided some pictures he took of Space Shuttle Discovery, which we will get to, because Discovery does play a vital part. But I'm not going to say what part. And the Padawannabe, who says, comment. Lady Mist, good to see you. Good evening. Chase, good to see you, brother. Also want to say hello to Friendly Fire Clips. Welcome. And I also want to say hello to GTA Rockstar Gage. That's what I gotta say. But yes, gentlemen, again, thank you for accepting my invitation to be a part of tonight's show. Granted, we're not talking pop culture and entertainment as a whole. We are going to bring up something later on in the broadcast that is related to pop culture and entertainment, but also related to this. But I'm going to start with you, Anonymous. What do you remember about that particular Tuesday back in 1986?
Let's see. I was in social studies class, and our teacher stepped out of the room. And hey guys, by the way,
good evening, Anonymous.
He came back in with another teacher and a little handheld radio and told everybody to listen up. So we listened to the report of the news anchor or something. They were giving play-by-play and everything and telling us that the shuttle exploded and I don't remember exactly what everything was said, but it was a very big deal, in school. I mean, it was, we didn't even have class that day or, finish up with class. And we went home, watched it on the news. It was all over the news. You seen the images every 10 stinking minutes. It was just, it's like, yeah, we never thought that would happen.
No.
In our shuttles go up. Cool. That's awesome. We loved watching the shuttle launch. Every time they do one and it was aired, we'd sit there and watch it.
It was a big event back then.
Yeah, it was
really big event.
And having a teacher on the shuttle too was a big deal.
Oh yeah. I mean, I can remember my own teacher being so proud, and other teachers at my elementary school were just so proud that someone who was a teacher like them was going up into space.
Yeah, that was a huge deal for they got representation. I can put it that way. But no, it was a huge deal back then. We talked about it for freaking weeks. Everybody's trying to figure out what in the O-rings and blah blah blah. They were doing months to do the analysis and what went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
yeah, you would see news reports where they're testing the rocket boosters, putting them under rigorous test.
And they, we didn't see another launch for years.
It was a couple of years before we saw us go back into space, and I do have that video lined up to show later on.
That was pretty nuts.
But anything else that you remember of that day?
I was pretty young. I mean, I was 6th grade, I think, but it's hard to remember stuff back in the old days, exact details, but I just remember being in Mr. Doan's class and everybody just stopped what they were doing, and the entire world stopped what they were doing. It was, it was, I don't know anybody who just la-di-da walking through it. That was the thing. You might as well have had JFK's assassination just happen.
Yeah.
I ain't comparing. Well, I mean, I don't know. As far as historical events, they're right up there, top 5.
100%.
Yes.
100%. I agree, Anonymous. I mean, like, it's up there with JFK because, I mean, when you have a traumatic event or something so negative like that, it does stick in the memory of individuals and collectively.
Yeah.
And DJ, I know you said you were in your mother's womb on this day 40 years ago. But what can you recall from what people have told you about the day from their perspective of seeing it live on TV?
To be honest, I think I might be better equipped to just tell you my first impressions of the space shuttle as a kid, because like the Challenger thing I didn't learn about until a little after I had initial impressions, and by then I think we were all just me, my father, and my mother, or at least a couple of us were watching a documentary about Challenger. And of course, I remember, like, this is actually not even where I was going with this, but I do recall seeing when it first happened, people thought it was supposed to do that. People didn't know that this was not part of like booster separation or any aspect like that. And so there was almost like laughter until someone was like, wait a second, this doesn't look normal. And then of course they get the announcement, this is totally not. But my first impressions of the space shuttle, I saw it as like really routine by the time, because that was one of the goals of the space shuttle originally, was to make it look routine, and obviously they didn't achieve weekly turnaround. Like, I think somewhere in the early days they wanted like a weekly or a monthly turnaround, and under Nixon that was sort of like the expectation, when they were still in the early stages of conceptualizing and planning the space shuttle program. But I do recall just like seeing the 5 o'clock news and seeing the space shuttle land like an airplane, and it looked just like I couldn't tell an airplane apart from a space shuttle back then, and it looked just like a regular passenger jet landing. So it kind of gave me the impression that, yeah, we got this shit figured out. But then later on I learned about Challenger, I learned a little bit about hubris, and actually I'd say one of the early impressions that I recall in something that my father repeats from time to time is the fact that the engines that Mort and Thigh kill later on, I think that was SKS, I forgot the full name of the company, but they changed the name of the company who makes the solid rocket booster, which is, a fine piece of technology if you, listen to the engineers who know how it works. And the engineers were pretty damn clear that, O-rings lose resiliency, or at least they shrink and get a bit rigid and stiff when they're exposed to temperature extremes. And so anyway, I know we're going to get into the engineering details later, but bottom line is
I'll go ahead and bring it up here now, and let me change the aspect ratio as far as what everybody is going to be viewing that in, so they can actually see it better.
Yeah, I mean, I can always resize the window if you want, but circle definitely cuts corners off, right? But in this picture here, it's really just a close-up of the O-ring, and obviously this is a cross-sectional diagram. But one of the things that happens is when the space shuttle with solid booster, rocket booster, is operating, there's a couple of hydraulic pistons and actuators somewhere along the side, and they basically steer the nozzle to help keep it on course, or, keep it pointing, whatever direction they need. So when you have that flexure, you have a solid rocket booster. It's actually made up of, we actually have, this is a great view, by the way. This is not really related to impressions, but it's just a great view of a normal, this is what it's supposed to do normally.
That's what it's supposed to do during the launch sequence. The boosters are supposed to separate from the tank and fall down to Earth.
And they have their own parachutes, and they're designed to be refurbished. So somewhere in the myriad of images that I have floating around here somewhere, in fact, here's a close-up of the area, I guess, where the strut is. And in some of these videos, you actually see a close-up of, not a close, like you see where the fire essentially comes out. So in this case, it's true that one side was exposed to the sun. You also had the sheer winds. So once you had gases escaping between the gaps, it's essentially hitting something that is a soda can covered in insulation, and that soda can covered in insulation is packed with, highly pressurized, cryogenically cooled liquid hydrogen. So, yeah, it's the explosive force, as you mentioned earlier, that, basically the whole stack, if you can call it a stack at this point, but, it's normally rockets are stacked vertically. Obviously, this is a side-by-side configuration, of course, which is one of the things that made the space shuttle dangerous, because, you didn't really have a safe way to separate. And you did mention earlier, it's something interesting. You mentioned the RTLS, return to landing site. So there is a procedure for where if you have a problem, you basically ride it out until the solid rocket boosters are separated. And at that point, you can utilize the remaining fuel in the external fuel tank, because that external fuel tank, which we can get into detail later on, is what supplies fuel to the 3 engines on the back of the orbiter itself, the space plane component, so to speak. But they actually have a procedure where they can actually, instead of continuing to build up an orbit where they would fly towards Africa, they would actually use the fuel tank to provide fuel to basically reverse their course back to Florida. And then essentially, once they separate from the fuel tank, they would literally plan a landing right back at the landing site, or pretty much return to launch site, which is, in this case, there's a landing strip not far, pretty damn close to launch. I think it was Launch Complex 39A, which is one of the launch complexes where you have the launch pad for the space shuttle. But it is a very complicated procedure, and that's one of the reasons why you see the new rocket, the SLS, looks more conventional, because it's much easier to pull a capsule clear from the stack when something goes wrong in an instant than it is to figure out how you're going to get the space shuttle, the orbiter itself, to come back down and glide into a place where it can actually land safely. It's a whole entire thing that you got to have perfect timing, perfect coordination, and later on I can touch upon examples where they had near misses that ended up working out, and when some of those procedures did pull through. But with Challenger, they had no options. So back to your original, they had no options during that portion of the launch. The total SRBs are separated. You can't turn them off. And I really just, one last point, I would just get a picture of how they,
because,
assemble.
one of the things too, DJ, is, and this is all hypothetical, if Challenger had been able to break away, which we know it wasn't able to do, but if it had been able to break away, one of the emergency landing sites would have been Madrid, Spain.
That is true. And they have a number of them. They even have places in Africa. And so, the way the solid rocket booster works is you don't have that option to do that landing until you burn all of your fuel. And in this case, the solid propellant is lining the inside. You can see it's a bit like a bottle rocket, except it's not powder. It's more like a rubber. And when you light this candle, there's an igniter at the top. You can literally see it says igniter up here. It starts burning from the inside of this hollow channel up here. And then, of course, the exhaust gases or the propulsion gases come out through the nozzle here. But essentially, it's burning along the inner wall until it exhausts all of that solid fuel. And then they separate the booster. But you have there's no method, or at least to my knowledge, they might have attempted to research a possible method, for all I know, because they often do research alternative ways to do these things and figure out what's practical and what's not. But bottom line is, until that thing is done burning through, and unfortunately in this case, you have a joint, I believe, somewhere here or here. You can see how everything is assembled separately and then stacked. But in a close-up picture somewhere, we did have a picture of an actual, the actual mating surface of the O-ring, and this ain't even it. That's like a super low-res picture right there. But here we go. So there's the rubber O-ring right there, and you can just imagine if there's a little flexure between two components, there are pins that hold it together. But yeah, that thing is not supposed to let those hot gases come out through the side. So they actually did make some modifications, I think, to later versions of the booster. But bottom line is, they didn't listen to the engineers. Here's one more picture just so that people can conceptualize. I just want to, make sure. I know for me at least, I like having a visual aid. I like, being able to see what.
I'm the same way. I was always a visual learner in school.
Yep, exactly. So I'm so glad that they one thing that NASA does really well, and one of the reasons why people who tend to often, claim moon hoax don't get, is that a lot of what NASA does is very public and very thoroughly documented. And, even if it's not publicly available at the time, it's like they document the shit out of everything they do. so they could backtrack. I mean, I don't know why they document everything. I think it's probably, combination of legal obligation and stuff like that. But it ends up proving really helpful to go back and see, like, when they were building the thing and seeing, like, well, okay, we saw fire coming out of this part in, the side camera during STS-51L. And they go, okay, well, where does that correspond to? And then, in some examples, I don't even know if this is the part, but you'll see that black stuff right there. There's the actual fuel right there. It's like a black rubbery substance that, is mixed with, like, I believe there's some kind of aluminum oxide or aluminum something. And, with rockets, you need to have both fuel, some kind of solid matter that can burn and be pushed out the back. But because, of course, there's no oxygen at the higher altitudes and in space itself, it has to carry its own oxygen supply. So in the case of a solid rocket booster, you have a chemical mixture that includes both your fuel and oxidize it together. But back to your original question, yeah, like I said, I used to think this was just a purely routine thing, just like landing an airplane. And as I, got more interested later on in the space shuttle program, which I didn't get truly interested until like towards the tail end of it, like 2006, 7, 8, 9, and I believe the last time the space shuttle launched was 09. That's when I realized, yeah, this was a complicated program, and the engineers got away with, not the engineers, the management got away with, like, hubris on more than one occasion, but this was one of those occasions where it did not pan out.
No, it did not pan out, but what did pan out is that we do have Baron Norman Tag here, so let me minimize you, DJ. And Baron, welcome. Glad to have you here, brother. You're muted, brother.
Who muted me? Come on.
I didn't mute you.
I know.
No.
It's StreamYard.
Baron, with this show, I'm keeping it serious because of the subject matter.
Okay.
I know.
I can't joke.
You can joke, but make it tasteful.
Oh, I would.
Well, I thought this was tasteful here with StreamYard being StreamYard. But as it goes, like what DJ was talking about there, being in the airlines industry, 100% documentation all the way across the board, because you're dealing with the transportation, people and cargo. And, nobody likes to lose any of that in any way, shape, and form. And even when I worked in the parts department, so we had to make sure everything was documented down. We had to make sure, all across the board. So it wouldn't be any different with somebody like NASA or even the military. I mean, imagine all the paperwork that they go through. It's literally like they're cutting down an entire forest for one report on something. That's how ridiculous and superfluous sometimes it is, the duplicates and such. So, and, he touched the ground on the hubris just ahead of NASA that had that. It was the entire nation. We forgot how dangerous this was, shooting a person up into space on a literal firecracker, and, we had the tensions before. Of course, we lost 3 great astronauts, not because of anything going boom, but a fire because of too rich oxygen, which of course they realized too late and were able to fix that. The Russians having a little bit more issues on their part, losing 3 guys coming back down because the oxygen was leaked out of their Soyuz pod. And the race, it was the tension of the race. And then finally, when we had the man on the moon, boom, things changed and the others. And it's still exciting. And you get into the 70s and less and less focus on the moon landings and us shooting up Apollos and meeting up with Russian spacecrafts and having those great connections, together for peace. The next jolt in the arm was Space Shuttle. And I remember being a young lad sitting in front of the TV, and when they had the landing, the Enterprise doing this glider, and my babysitter just hated it because it was interrupting all their game shows in soap operas. But every network had it. It'd be on for hours. They'd be showing being cheesy and showing clips from Star Wars and stuff like that over and over again as they're waiting and waiting and waiting. And it was like everybody had the bated breath on that because it was something new. And every landing the Enterprise did, guess what? It was successful.
Yes, it
It
was.
Then the next nail biter, Columbia, going up. And that became successful in the next one. And we started getting a bit of a hubris. We can't do anything wrong.
Well, also think about
And we're
it.
going, and eventually,
You had the Enterprise that was the test shuttle. It was never designed to go up into space.
no.
Then you had Columbia.
Mhm.
You had Atlantis. You had Discovery. You had Challenger. You had Endeavor.
Mhm.
And I
Yeah.
might be missing another one, but I think we
No.
only had 5.
Well, yeah, we only had 4 at one time. Well, unfortunately, 3 after the Challenger. Then they built a 4th one, Endeavor. But was a fleet of 4 that we had, and then we had that loss. And of course, if the Star Trek fans would have just held back, the Columbia would have been the Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
But so much pressure was given that they went with the test bed shuttle.
Yeah.
But I mean, even then, that started becoming ho hum. It's like, oh, you barely even had news about that at all. But afterwards, by the way, the shuttle went up. Oh, okay, that's nice. That's great. That's fun.
And
Yep.
and I
Yeah,
just
and-
want to
It's what
show
Baron was mentioning. Mhm.
the
I'm sorry.
Enterprise going through its gliding tests.
Mhm.
It's on 747.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
basically we got the 747 shuttle carrier aircraft. They mount it to the top so that, and they actually continue to use this. There's high definition footage of this being done with like Discovery and Atlantis, because sometimes when it has to land at Edwards Air Force Base, they have to shuttle it. They have to transport it across the country back to Cape Canaveral, and that's how they would do it. And interestingly, on an early test with Enterprise, they didn't have this aerodynamic cone on the back designed by Boeing, and the way that the engine nozzle was stuck out the back and affected the airflow, it would cause the back of the 747 to buffet. It would cause the back to rattle. So if you look at the back here, you actually see it's maybe not a good angle, but there's 2 vertical there we go. 2 vertical stabilizers right here. So these are modifications to the 747. One here, one here, plus your standard vertical stabilizer up here. And, the nose cone ensures that you don't get weird buffeting, because these things were rattling in early test footage due to that. But yeah, back to, bottom line, we blew our shot. Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't use that analogy, but we definitely spent our, I don't have any good analogies here, but we basically got, used our fervor on the Enterprise test article, which, yeah, there was intent to modify it for a space flight, but I'm sure, Baron, you could probably elucidate that this is just highly impractical, or at least they discovered it was highly impractical to re-tailor the insides. Mhm.
I think basically that was all surface talk. I think that was just, not just say something to make people happy, type of thing. I don't think there was any serious intent. There may have been some intent with losing Challenger, but they probably figured just doing a brand new shuttle would be the best way to go, because it would be designed that way. So, the fact that we got so laissez-faire about all this, imagine the shock of everybody with what's going on. This going boom. And then not only that, it has a teacher on it, a civilian going up, do experiments.
And let me ask you this, Baron. Let me ask you this, brother. Where were you and how old were you at the time?
Aha. Well, I was just going to get to that point. I was just going to say I wasn't watching, but the TV got rolled into the room we were in. And I was in art class at Minneapolis Lutheran. And I think I was junior. I think I might have been a junior, because that was 86. Yeah, I was a junior. And something was up in the old days when they rolled in the TV. It's like, this ain't going to be anything good, And then it's like, the space shuttle when it was exploded. It's like, well, come on. It's things that you don't, it's like, obviously they could have been joking. You never a joke when you bring the TV in. But it's like you're struck. It's like, oh my word, what's going to happen now with all this? Then we start finding out as they go along that some of the people on board didn't die right away. They actually drowned. The ones who were up on the upper level of the shuttle. The ones down below were because they had that cushion because of the 2 levels. And obviously the ones down below perished right away. Then you hear, oh my God, they lasted that long, and you're hoping they were OUT out of it. You don't, it's like, please. Yeah.
I thought they probably killed on impact because they hit the ocean at 200 knots an hour or whatever it was, but
they
was going so fast.
Water inside. They found water inside their lungs.
As I understand it, someone's emergency oxygen supply was activated by the person possibly sitting behind them, if I recall correctly. So someone was at some point potentially came to turn on the emergency oxygen supply, and so it makes me think. I wonder if there could have been a countermeasure, like because the crew compartment kept its shape on the way down, basically, But like you said before, you and Anonymous pointed out, most likely on impact is when death occurred.
Yeah. And Tim, I'm going to be showing those pictures later on in the broadcast because I have something else that I'm going to show later on in the broadcast.
But, obviously, for all of us, that changed a hell of a lot when we had going. Mirror, no one even blinked about Mirror at these days because, space was starting to become, again, so regular in our life, as it should, right? No shade thrown on that. All the Russian rockets going up, and now we got Chinese in their Chinese space station, and the like. And we don't hear much about any of that. We're kind of moving back in that direction. But then you hear about what Boeing did. And how we were so close to having another Challenger. I mean, Columbia was bad enough, when they came in. And the biggest fear about that, the heat shields. You were always hearing about heat shields. Heat shield this, heat shield that, through the whole thing. And then, lo and behold, that happened. With the Columbia, and it's like, we were hearing this for like 20 years, and it happens. Why weren't just because a piece hit the shuttle and took a piece off?
That one piece comes off, and unfortunately doomed the entire Columbia crew on reentry.
Exactly. So to be clear, oftentimes they blame the heat. But it hit the front right wing, I believe it was the right wing, or was it left wing? Well, it hit this part of the wing right over here, which is made out of a graphite material called reinforced carbon composite or reinforced carbon. Basically, it's like a solid graphite that's been baked in a kiln and has fiber going through it. Sort of like fiberglass, but as you can imagine, something like that, while it can handle extreme temperatures, when hit with the foam at high speed, it can crack. It's brittle to some extent. And so the first sign something was really wrong with Columbia on the way down was when they had a flat tire on the left tire. And it's like, well, how do you get a flat tire unless, of course, you get those gases, reentry gases running their way through the inside of the wing. And once they had that flat tire and another component went wrong, when you listen to the mission control audio loop, they use the term no commonality, which means like if you had two systems that were related to each other going bad, you could say, okay, maybe it's related to something else. But now you have two unrelated systems going bad. That's a red flag. That's related to this thing that they were kind of hoping was not going to wreck it. They really should have done more ahead of time, but they made, to this day, people will make excuses like, but that's a whole other topic.
Well, to this day, people, have speculated, could we have sent a shuttle up to rescue the crew? If they had found out about the tiles sooner and said, no, we can't bring you back.
A shuttle wasn't an option, but it's like there was like no effort to like do anything else. Like, so for example, they didn't have the robotic arm installed on that mission because it was they were carrying the MIDEX Middle Eastern dust experiment. It's like interesting device that uses lasers to kind of do some science and measure aerosols over the desert, I believe. You know, like, so it's like you're shooting lasers, you're analyzing things like the density or the spectroscopy and things that I don't even know the terms for. But bottom line is no robotic arms, so you can't really do a spacewalk where you put a man or a woman in an EVA suit on that robotic arm. But it's like, you're going to tell me you couldn't stick a freaking SLR on a fucking broomstick and just snap pictures? I know it's risky. Like, I get it. Like, it would have been really awkward for an astronaut to inspect it in a spacesuit because it'd be hanging on the side of the cargo bay, and the doors for the payload bay on the space shuttle have heat radiators in them made of like glass. So, you know, very delicate, something that you don't want to, you know, you can make your situation worse. Yeah, so I can empathize that they didn't want to take risks, but it's like, this is one case where maybe we should stick a freaking camera on a broomstick and just get a good picture. And there were other factors, I believe, on other missions, they want to send pictures back to the ground, but they were doing military missions. Sometimes they do a DOD launch, or they do some kind of, you know, something, you know, semi-military related. So they weren't allowed to send back unencrypted transmissions. And for whatever reason, the encrypted transmissions meant you got bad picture quality. So that was a whole other mission. That one, they got lucky because the tiles that fell off the shuttle in that other mission, I forgot what STS mission it was. Turned out there was a steel plate for a UHF antenna underneath the tile, so that basically saved their lives. But with this one here, like, you know, if we just had clear pictures, it's like, it's obvious you don't re-enter the atmosphere with a hole in the front of your wing. I mean, like, at least I don't think so. And I get it. They wanted to roll the dice, and they thought, you know, I get it. When you get away with shit like this, maybe you get a little brazen. I get it, but it's also like, look, it's gonna cost money, yeah. But I saw the movie Apollo 13, and I also saw documentaries about it. And you know, we got smart people. At least we had them back then, and they figure shit out.
Well, just like they had to figure things out for, you know, future space flights after Challenger. Doing the test on the solid state rocket boosters. And
yeah, we went about 3-5 years without a shuttle flight, if I remember right.
No. It was less than that.
Oh, less than that? Okay.
Yeah, it was less than that.
Months, I think, or 32 months.
Okay.
September 29th, September 29th, 1988.
And you know, everybody was watching that launch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and bring that launch, but we will get back to, you know, the main topic at hand. All right. No, that's not it.
You know, the thing is, that while he's doing that, you know, DJ, and you know this too, they lost shields, you know, those shields quite a bit with the shuttle flights and the evaluating. Go, that won't be a problem. And a lot of shuttles came back with holes, you know, with missing those tiles. And I guess, you know, maybe they got a little too complacent yet again. It's like, oh, you know, we've had no problem before.
Well, this was the 80s, by the way. So, you know, our culture in the 80s was filled with hubris and arrogance, and you know, we know better than anybody else, and we're the masters of the universe.
Oh, sorry. I was talking about the Columbia. My apologies. I was talking about that Columbia where,
you
know, with reentry, you know, by then you would think that the hubris would be gone.
Yeah, I'll bring up this video later. Because I do want to let folks who may not have known who any of the 7 crew members were, who they were, and why they were chosen for this mission. Because tonight is about paying respect to those 7 individuals. So, I'm going to bring this up on screen. This is from NASA's own website. Oh. Just paste that there and also paste it over on Romo.
Good, cool.
But your 7 members of the Challenger crew, Francis R. Dick Scobee. The spacecraft commander was Francis R. Dick Scobee, the son of Mr. and Miss Francis W. Scobee. He was born on May 19th, 1939 in Glenham, Washington, and graduated from public high school in Auburn, Washington in 1957. He then enlisted in the U.S. Air Force training as a reciprocating engineer and mechanic, but longing to fly, he took night courses and in 1965 completed a BS degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Arizona. This made it possible for Scobee to receive an officer's commission and enter the Air Force pilot training program. He received his pilot's wings in 1966 and began a series of flying assignments with the Air Force, including a combat tour in Vietnam. Scobee also married June Kent of San Antonio, Texas, and they had 2 children, Kathy R. and Richard W. In the early 1960s, he attended the U.S. Air Force Aerospace Research Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. In 1972 and thereafter, was involved in several test programs. As an Air Force test pilot, Scobee flew more than 45 types of aircraft, logging in more than 6,500 hours of flight time. In 1978, Scobee entered NASA's Astronaut Corps and was the pilot of STS-41C, the 5th orbital flight of the Challenger spacecraft, launching from Kennedy Space Center, Florida, on April 6, 1984. During this 7-day mission, the crew successfully retrieved and repaired the alien Solar Maximum satellite and returned it to orbit. This was an enormously important mission because it demonstrated the capability that NASA had long said existed with the space shuttle to repair satellites in orbit. And there is a picture of Mr. Scobee.
Mm-hmm. And what a perfect example of someone who started out low and with determination, worked to the top, became a pilot. He was already went into space after his time, and showing off exactly what the space shuttles can do. I mean, space shuttles basically like, let's simplify it. A tow truck / mobile repair station, mobile station to fix things. And right there, what he was able to show us, the people, by his own gumption and how he got to where he was to that very mission on the same shuttle that he would later perish on.
Now, Michael J. Smith. The pilot of the fatal 1986 Challenger mission was Michael J. Smith, born on April 30th, 1945 in Beaufort, North Carolina. At the time of the Challenger accident, a commander in the U.S. Navy, Smith had been educated at the U.S. Naval Academy, class of 1967, and received an MS in aeronautical engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School in 1968. From there, he underwent aviator training in Keensville, Texas, and received his wings in May 1969. After a tour as an instructor at the Navy's Advanced Jet Training Command between 1969 and 1971, Smith flew A-6 intruders from the USS Kitty Hawk in Southeast Asia. Later, he worked as a test pilot for the Navy, flying 28 different types of aircraft and logging more than 4,300 hours of flying time. Smith was selected as a NASA astronaut in May 1980, and a year later, after completing further training, he received an assignment as a space shuttle pilot, the position he occupied aboard Challenger. This mission was his first space flight, and unfortunately, it was also his last.
Mm-hmm.
And of course,
and he and the pilot were. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, he and Dick had a good rapport going, and probably were making fun of each other because one's Navy, one's Air Force, the number of flights, all that, everything a pilot can do. to Buster Chops the other.
Mhm.
You think that that camaraderie, that brotherhood that you do need to have for something like this.
Yes. And Tim brings up Major Robert Henry Lawrence Jr. could have been the first African American in space. I could see him in one of the later Apollo missions. Yes, he could have.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to be in NASA to begin with, you have to be very smart. Even as a pilot, you have to be very smart. You have to know what your craft can do and what it can't do. And what those space shuttles can't do, once they burn off all their fuel after the launch, is they can't land on their own engines. They have to glide. All right, so Judith A. Resnik. Judith A. Resnik was one of 3 mission specialists on Challenger, born on April 5th, 1949 at Akron, Ohio. The daughter of Dr. Marvin Resnik, a respected Akron optometrist, and Sarah Resnik. Brought up in the Jewish religion, Resnik was educated in public schools before attending Carnegie Mellon University, where she received a BS in electrical engineering in 1970, and the University of Maryland, where she took a PhD in the same field in 1977. Resnik worked in a variety of professional positions with the RCA Corporation, in the early 1970s, and as a staff fellow with the Laboratory of Neurophysiology at the National Institute of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, between 1974 and 77. Selected as a NASA astronaut in January 1978, the first cadre containing women, Resnik underwent the training program for shuttle mission specialist during the next year. Thereafter, she filled a number of positions within NASA at the Johnson Space Center. Working on aspects of the shuttle program, Resnik became the second American woman in orbit during the maiden flight of Discovery, STS-41D. And thank you for going over to the Rumble side there, Padawannabe. Between August 30th and September 5th of 1984, during this mission, she helped to deploy 3 satellites into orbit. She was also involved in biomedical research during the mission. Afterward, she began intensive training for the STS-51L mission, on which she was killed. So, this also goes against the narrative that women have always been held back. The current narrative that we face in our current political climate, because she wasn't held back. She helped launch 3 satellites. That's not being held back.
Well, let's go with even more diversity. She was Jewish.
Yeah.
I mean, when people want to start sitting back, it's like, again, this is the diversity that we're looking for. And these people here, one of these people is smarter than all of us, including you, DJ. We sit down with them and we just DJ is about the only one who probably keep up with the conversation. But just think about how intelligent these people were and the struggles that they made. I mean, Scobee in the beginning there, man, was just working on things. And now he's flown 48 planes, different type of aircraft. Let's face it, Skunk Works. He was involved with Skunk Works.
Yeah, he was.
When they start saying about being test pilot for these things over there, which means who knows what he flew and how dangerous it is to be a test pilot. And then of course you have her. I mean, yeah, she's not military thing, but doesn't mean anything. Look at the letters and what she did and what she accomplished. I mean, she's beautiful, smart. I mean, honestly, who would want her to be your wife? I mean, you just go around and say, "Yeah, I'm the dumb one," and she's the pretty smart one.
I would wear a T-shirt saying, "She's the smart one."
Yeah, dummy. I'm with stupid. stupid.
that would be her shirt toward you. I was stupid.
That's why I made sure it was me that got the stupid.
Yeah.
But no, honestly, in all seriousness, just reading that one off there, not TEI. She worked hard.
She earned her stripes.
Damn straight. Damn straight. And don't say we never had women heroes. I mean, all the way back to Ride Sally Ride, which she hated because everybody started singing that around her. But I mean, from her on up, that were able to contribute, and even the Russian women that you had going up with theirs. Again, you can't be stupid.
No.
Especially in the Russian, because the Russians, when you get into flying and stuff like that, they're kind of pushed back from the propaganda and kind of taught to think for yourself, because that's the only way. They have to make those snap decisions. So they're kind of dangerous wild cards over there for the Politburo at that time. But the thing is they had to be smart.
Yep.
And what a loss! What a treasure! Look what she did and what she could have been doing still.
Who knows where her career would have taken her, after, say, her NASA career, where she would have gone.
Right. If she would stay with NASA, how many more flights would she have done, and how many satellites would she tuck into bed in space? With a little lullaby. I mean, think about it. Or teach that next generation, or work on how to do it better. I mean, what a great mind we lost.
Yeah.
Right there.
The next mind that we unfortunately lost 40 years ago was Ronald E. McNair. Ronald E. McNair was the second of 3 mission specialists aboard Challenger. Born on October 21st, 1950 in Lake City, South Carolina, McNair was the son of Carl C. McNair Sr. and Pearl M. McNair. He achieved early success in the segregated public schools he attended as both a student and an athlete. Valedictorian of his high school class, he attended North Carolina A&T State University, where in 1971 he received a BS degree in physics. He went on to study physics at MIT, where he specialized in quantum electronics and laser technology, completing his PhD in 1977. As a student, he performed some of the earliest work on chemical HF-DF, and his high-pressure CO lasers, publishing path-breaking scientific papers on the subject. McNair was also a physical fitness advocate and pursued athletic training from an early age. He was a leader in the track and football at his high school. He also became a black belt in karate, and while in graduate school, began offering classes at St. Paul's AME Church in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He also participated in several karate tournaments, taking more than 30 trophies in these competitions. That's quite the feat. While involved in these activities, McNair met and married Cheryl B. Moore of Brooklyn, New York, and they later had 2 children. After completing his PhD, he began working as a physicist at the optical physics department of Hughes Research Laboratories in Malibu, California, and conducted research on electro-optic laser modulation for satellite-to-satellite space communications. This man was brilliant. This research led McNair playing the saxophone.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Go on. I didn't mean to break it up. But,
it's okay. It's okay. This research led McNair into close contact with the space program for the first time. When the opportunity presented itself, he applied for astronaut training. In January 1978, NASA selected him to enter the astronaut cadre. one of the first 3 Black Americans selected, McNair became the second Black American in space between February 3rd and 11th of 1984, flying on the Challenger shuttle mission STS-41B. During this, McNair operated maneuverable arm built by Canada used to move payloads in space. The 1986 mission on which he was killed was his second shuttle flight.
Mm-hmm.
Another brilliant mind lost.
And look at his history.
Mhm.
Don't tell me that he didn't have a lot of crap thrown at him. You know, segregated schools, probably had the N-bomb dropped him several times. But he may be one of those that was inspired by Nichelle Nichols.
He overcame all that. He persevered.
And he worked. Right, he worked hard. I mean, take a look at his resume. With faith, with scientific knowledge, playing saxophones in space. That's awesome. That's awesome. When you see stuff like that, and working the arm. I mean, DJ, it's not easy to work that arm, is it? On a space shuttle.
From what I recall, back then they were using standard definition TV cameras to basically look at 3 or 4 separate screens and manipulate it. And even if you were good at it, even if you could do it fast, you don't F around with that because you don't want to be the guy who fucking broke the tiles or whatever multi-million-dollar instrument you're working on. Or if there's literally an astronaut, because oftentimes the arm, if you ever seen the movie Gravity with Sandra Bullock, that's a real thing. That mount where the EVA suit can stand so that they can position the astronaut on whatever they're working on. But, when you got a person at the end of the arm, you don't play with it.
No. And yeah, you're right, because the digital stuff was just coming out. Digital cameras, the 3-chip cameras, because I remember it was after, way after the shuttle flight that the school I was coming at, they finally got their first 3-chip camera. And I tell you, they had that sucker under lock and key, and you were on a long waiting list to use it. So, I mean, when you had that in that aspect, it's like, but they had, they could have had that digital camera on there. How things would have gone,
Yep.
But again, another brilliant mind. And don't tell me that we didn't appreciate Black people doing this or mourn for them. Don't dare.
We mourn for those who are lost in any tragedy. There are tragedies we don't even know about.
Oh yeah, especially in Russia. And who knows what they have in China? They don't have exactly the most open communications with their stuff.
They got a peppered patch with their rocket program. They had a rocket that was taken off and decided to just go this away and then pile drive into a village of 600, or at least that's the rumored number of deaths is 600. But there are a lot of questions about that, considering what little they memorialized of that, and the fact that, yes, there was a ton of people living in the area who worked on the program, so that's how you even know that those people were there.
Right, it's an embarrassment. They don't they don't want to show their embarrassment.
And they tend to launch a lot of their satellites inland, so they don't have as many options for ditching empty stages over the ocean. So anytime they launch any big part of their Tiangong station, they pretty much have to dump the empty stages over, hopefully not hit a village, but it's going to go somewhere in the mountains and maybe hit a village.
Maybe hit it, yeah. Safety first is basically China's model, but again, what a brilliant mind, and how he overcame all that.
Yeah, I mean,
don't tell me people can't overcome.
Every astronaut is cut from exceptional cloth. I mean, from the earliest days, and even oftentimes you'll notice the shuttle commander is either a Navy guy or a Navy aviator or an Army pilot. But these are people who can land on carriers, and we know carrier ops are no joke. A6 Intruder you mentioned earlier, Mike, and the A6 Intruder is similar to the S3 Viking, which is the plane that Stone Cold Loki's father flew. A few differences, but basically the A6 Intruder is it's actually a pretty cool. It's an ugly plane actually, but that's not its job. It's not his job. It's an A6 or E6. Maybe E6 is the electronic warfare variant, but here's the A6 intruder right over here for reference.
Let
get a
me
larger picture.
bring that up.
Yep. So basically, like, you'll notice one of the
Yeah.
interesting features about it is the side-by-side cockpit. See, the pilot and co-pilot sit side by side to work as a collaborative team. Essentially, one man is piloting, one man is doing radar, navigation, and weapons systems. So he's the WISO, the weapons system officer. But why I bring up the A6 intruder in terms of skill is because I remember this is an all-weather ground attack craft right here. And often it flies low because in lieu of having actual stealth, it has to try to remain below the radar at times. But because it's an all-weather craft, that means, landing at nighttime in rainy weather. And I remember one of these documentaries I saw where a guy was talking about him and his pilot working together, and they had to go around like 7 times, and it was like they're getting low on fuel, and every time they try to catch the wire, they're either missing the wire or they're going too fast, or because when you're landing on a carrier, what you do is you try to catch the trip wire because there's 3 wires. I think you're trying to get the 3rd wire. So if you get it too early, fine. If you get it too late, you get the 4th wire. But like when you are landing on a carrier, you conduct a controlled crash, and then you throttle up. They go full throttle while catching the cable, so that in the event that they miss the cable or something snaps, they can of course do another go around. And point being is, like a guy who can land an A6 intruder in the rain at nighttime, exceptional skill, and no doubt, the kind of guy you want in the shuttle.
Yeah, I think the other one, the only difference is it has a bunch of electronic stuff on the front, and it's a wild weasel.
Got you. That makes sense. Yeah, electronic warfare.
Our next crew member of the ill-fated Challenger mission was Ellison as Onizuka. Ellison as Onizuka was the last of the 3 mission specialists. He had been born in Kiliki Hako. I can't really say it. I'd never been able to pronounce it. But he was born in Hawaii. I'll put it at that.
Yeah.
Of Japanese American parents. He attended. Yeah. He attended the University of Colorado, receiving BS and MS degrees, or bachelor's and master's degrees, in engineering in June and December of 1969, respectively. While at the university, he married Lorna Leto Yoshida of Hawaii, and the couple eventually had 2 children. He also participated in the Air Force ROTC program, leading to a commission in January 1970. Onizuka served on active duty. Onizuka served on active duty with the Air Force until January 1978, when he was selected as a NASA astronaut. With the Air Force in the early 1970s, he was an aerospace flight test engineer at the Sacramento Air Logistics Center. After July 1975, he was assigned to the Air Force Flight Test Center at Edwards Air Force Base in California as a squadron flight test officer, and later as Chief of Engineering Support Section. When Onizuka was selected for the astronaut corps, he entered into a 1-year training program and then became eligible for assignment as a mission specialist on future space shuttle flights. He worked on an orbiter test and checked out systems and launch support crews at Kennedy Space Center for the first 2 space shuttle missions. Since he was an Air Force officer on detached duty, winter allergies, Onizuka was a logical choice to serve on the first dedicated Department of Defense classification mission. He was a mission specialist on STS-51C, taking place 24 to the 27th January of 1985 on the Discovery orbiter. The Challenger flight was his second shuttle flight. So, see, you have 2 gentlemen, 2 very smart gentlemen, 2 dedicated gentlemen who are only on their second mission in this case, and they lost their lives.
and Resnik, and of course Scobee.
Mm-hmm. Gregory B. Jarvis. The last two members of the Challenger crew were not officially federal government employees. Gregory B. Jarvis, a payload specialist, worked for the Hughes Aircraft Corps Space and Communications Group in Los Angeles, California, and had been made available for sorry, I'm gonna have to get some water after this. All right, so and had been
You
made
want me to take
available.
over?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me go get some water.
Send me the link.
I'm sending you the link,
Okay. Here, now continue on.
and I appreciate this, Baron.
Yeah, no problem. That's what I'm here for. While he's doing that, though, it's
There you go, and I'll be right
There we
back.
muchas gracias. Yeah. Okay, so what we got here? Let me get down to that position there. Scobee, Smith. Okay, so of course, we have Jarvis. The last two members of the Challenger crew were not officially federal government employees. Gregory B. Jarvis, a payload specialist who worked for the Hughes Aircraft Corps Space and Communications Group in Los Angeles, California, and he had been made available for the Challenger flight by his company. Jarvis had been born on August 24th, 1944, in Detroit, Michigan. He had been educated at the State University of New York at Buffalo, receiving a BS in electrical engineering in 1967. At Northwestern University, Boston, where he received an MS degree in the same field in 1969. And at West Coast University, Los Angeles, where he completed coursework for an MS in Management Science in 1973. Jarvis began work at Hughes in 1973 and served a variety of technical positions until 1984, when he was accepted into the astronaut program under Hughes sponsorship after competing against 600 other Hughes employees for the opportunity. Jarvis's duties on the Challenger flight had revolved around gathering new information on the design of liquid-fueled rockets. And that's him sitting down there. He is he's on the right. No, let's see. I can't tell. Let's see. Payload specialist Barbara. Okay. Okay. I think he's in the back there, in that picture. So my apologies that we don't have there. But again, another smart individual, worked hard, coming from Detroit, working for Hughes, and of course, 600 people. Here you are in competition with 600 other of your fellow employees, and you're the one that's given the go card. I mean, what must have been going through his head, his emotions for that? It's like, wow, I'm going to be going into space, and again, in a civilian as well. I mean, this was having civilians going into space was still rather new with this, and very, very well. How ironic that is working on the liquid fuel rockets he went up for. So, yeah, it's just terrible. And the last one here, and let's see. Tell you what, can I do this? I just think I might override Mike here. There we go. There we go. We got it. Excuse me. So we'll continue on with. Well, I hesitate to say the big tragedy, because it was tragic that everybody went. But to be honest, this was kind of why everybody was watching, most of all. For about a year, we were being hyped about this. We're going to have a teacher fly into space, and she was going to be doing classes, various other stuff. But it was Christa McAuliffe. The last member of the crew was Christa McAuliffe, and she was the first teacher to fly into space, selected from among more than 11,000 applicants. 11,000 from the education profession for entrance into astronaut ranks. McAuliffe had been born on September 2nd, 1948, the oldest child of Edward and Grace Corrigan. Her father was, at the time, completing his sophomore year at Boston College. But not long thereafter, he took a job as an assistant comptroller in a Boston department store, and the family moved to Boston suburb of Framingham. I hope I said that right. As a youth, she registered excitement over the Apollo moon landing program and wrote years later on her astronaut application form that I watched the space age being born, and I like to participate. McAuliffe attended Framingham State College, in her hometown, graduating in 1970. A few weeks later, she married her long-standing boyfriend, Stephen McAuliffe, and they moved to the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area so Stephen could attend Georgetown Law School. She took a job teaching in the secondary schools, specializing in American histories and social studies. They stayed in the Washington area for the next 8 years, she teaching and completing an MA from Bowie State University in Maryland. They moved to Concord, New Hampshire in 1978 when Steve accepted a job as an assistant to the state attorney general. Christa took a teaching post at Concord High School in 1982, and in 1984 learned about NASA's effort to locate an educator to fly on the shuttle. The intent was to find a gifted teacher who could communicate with students from space. NASA selected McAuliffe for this position in the summer of 1984, and in the fall, she took a year-long leave of absence from teaching, during which time NASA would pay her salary and trained for an early 1986 shuttle mission. She had an immediate rapport with the media, and the teacher in the space program received tremendous popular attention as a result. And yeah, she did. She did. America fell in love with her. There's no doubt about it.
We did. We absolutely did. Teachers all over the country fell in love with her.
Mm-hmm. And we're jealous too. But, that's to be given. It is in part because of the excitement over McAuliffe's presence on the Challenger that the accident had such a significant impact on the nation. And that is true. And there she is in the vomit comet.
Mm-hmm.
Learning, training for the zero G. And looking like she's having a good time, actually.
Yeah, I want to fly in the Vomit Comet. I mean, that's a cool plane. And also a great way to test things before putting them into orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And they even filmed part of Apollo 13 on it. So they could have some of those scenes. But yeah, this was, and again, yeah, and they're absolutely right. It would have been hard, impactful to the people without her. But she just brought that extra level of tragedy to break our hearts.
Yes, and Tim asks, has anyone seen the Punky Brewster episode about this? I may have, but I've forgotten about a lot of Punky Brewster.
I am proud to say I've never seen an episode of Punky Brewster.
I only know about Catherine Brewster from Terminator 3.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
no, I've never seen an episode of Punky Brewster, so I can't say. But I think there's a few that talked about this.
So is Punky Brewster like a comedy? Because it sounds like a comedy name.
Yeah, it was a sitcom about an orphan girl played by Soleil Moon Frye, who lives with an older gentleman, the gentleman that played Commandant Lassard in Police Academy.
That opens up a ton of comedic possibilities going up on the Vomit Comet,
Yeah. But these
I mean,
7 individuals are the ones we are honoring tonight. Because their impact is still being felt.
Right. And and when you heard about or now that she's retiring, of the two, the ones that went up in that Boeing rocket, and you find out, oh my word, we could have almost had ourselves another incident like that with those two. And it's complete. It's complete incompetence. I mean, this was hubris. It wasn't necessarily incompetence, but it was just they didn't. At that time they thought
it was
they were God.
arrogance. Let's just face it. It was arrogance
They
on
were
NASA's
warned.
part.
They had the knowledge, the data. They had the warnings.
They were told to postpone this flight.
Yes, it was too cold. The O-rings didn't handle well in cold weather, and they knew that, and they've been told. So, and I'll be fine, and it wasn't fine. So, it is
because they wanted to have that.
Go ahead.
F up, FUBAR. Oh no, go finish.
Well, I was it's just complete arrogance and negligence on their part. Well, it's a bad combination, but
plus they wanted to be on time for TV. This was their big TV moment.
Yeah, they were worried about image.
Yeah, you don't do this for a TV. You're doing this for science. You're doing this for safety, for crying out loud. It's like, but got up
science and safety went out the window that morning. Yeah, we can say that now, looking back at it 40 years. But
yeah, how many times did that go out the window and they just got lucky?
Quite a few times. There was a mission where a piece of ice struck the inside of the nozzle on the on the main engine, on one of the main engines. And just to give you like an example, like what the space shuttle main engine looks like, I mean, everyone's seen these before. These three things here. So basically a piece of ice struck inside this, because this is actually somewhat hollow, because you got like pipes of liquid oxygen or liquid hydrogen circulating around outside. So you are essentially making that bell cold so that you don't melt it from the inside while creating your combustion gases. And so there was actually a hole on the inside of it somewhere. So now it's leaking more liquid oxygen than it normally would. So they discover, okay, engine number 2 or whichever engine it was is burning fuel at a prodigious rate. Now, luckily, that mission, they had an abort scenario where they flip a switch on the computer after discussing with mission control, and they did what they call an ATO, abort to orbit, which is one of the contingencies they have planned. Like earlier, Mike mentioned in the article, RTLS, return to landing site. When RTLS is not an option, sometimes you have enough speed to get into an orbit, just not the orbit you originally planned. And they ended up conducting like an 8-day or 12-day mission. Everything was a success. It just they were in a slightly different orbit than they had originally planned. But these are things that one there, I don't know if I'd blame that one on hubris. But like I said, the mission where the tiles were missing and they took a picture and the engineers on the ground got a fuzzy picture and they were like, oh, well, it looks fine. It's just an image artifact. And the guys in orbit like, no, man, that's the missing tile. And the commander of that shuttle wrote in his biography, he was like, yeah, 1 minute before the ship blew, he was ready to give NASA mission control and NASA, the administrators, a piece of his mind. And then when it panned out, he didn't have to open his mouth. So he is certainly relieved to find out the UHF antenna was a metal plate in that particular spot on the tiles.
And the thing that I want to bring to light about the shuttle, even if one of the engines went out as it's taking off, it could still return to Earth on the other two engines.
And sometimes they could even get into orbit if they burn longer. Just like in the movie Apollo 13, one of the 5 F1 engines went out, and the mission control was like, oh yeah, just run the remaining engines for like an extra 30 seconds, minute, whatever it is, because that's part of why they have multiple engines. You get a little, and same thing like SpaceX, they've embraced it to an extreme, which is sort of what the Russians did. The Russians had trouble building big engines during our Apollo program because you get instability in the combustion and the way things flow. So they went for multiple smaller engines. But in more recent times, SpaceX has, revisited this methodology, and it works, especially in the, presence of modern digital computer control. You can manage things better. You can manage things under these conditions. But yeah, with the space shuttle, even that, you had some redundancy there, or at least some failover. Either you can burn for longer, or like you said, you can use one of the contingency options, including return to landing site or landing in Madrid, Spain, as you mentioned earlier too.
Mm-hmm. And of course, one thing I do want to bring up now is President Ronald Reagan's speech from that night in 1986.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and hit play on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd planned to speak to you tonight to report on the State of the Union. But the events of earlier today have led me to change those plans. Today is a day for mourning and remembering. Nancy and I are pained to the core by the tragedy of the Shuttle Challenger. We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss. 19 years ago, almost to the day, we lost 3 astronauts in a terrible accident on the ground. But we've never lost an astronaut in flight. We've never had a tragedy like this. And perhaps we've forgotten the courage it took for the crew of the shuttle. But they, the Challenger 7, were aware of the dangers, but overcame them and did their jobs brilliantly. We mourn 7 heroes: Michael Smith, Dick Scobee, Judith Resnik, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, and Christa McAuliffe. We mourn their loss as a nation together. The families of the 7, we cannot bear, as you do, the full impact of this tragedy. But we feel the loss, and we're thinking about you so very much. Your loved ones were daring and brave, and they had that special grace, that special spirit that says, give me a challenge, and I'll meet it with joy. They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us. We've grown used to wonders in this century. It's hard to dazzle us. But for 25 years, the United States space program has been doing just that. We've grown used to the idea of space, and perhaps we forget that we've only just begun. We're still pioneers. They, the members of the Challenger crew, were pioneers. And I want to say something to the school children of America who were watching the live coverage of the shuttle's takeoff. I know it's hard to understand, but painful things like this happen. It's all part of the process of exploration and discovery. It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. I've always had great faith in and respect for our space program, and what happened today does nothing to diminish it. We don't hide our space program. We don't keep secrets and cover things up. We do it all up front and in public. That's the way freedom is, and we wouldn't change it for a minute. We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue. I want to add that I wish I could talk to every man and woman who works for NASA or who worked on this mission and tell them your dedication and professionalism have moved and impressed us for decades, and we know of your anguish. We share it. There's a coincidence today. On this day, 390 years ago, the great explorer Sir Francis Drake died aboard ship off the coast of Panama. In his lifetime, the great frontiers were the oceans, and a historian later said he lived by the sea, died on it, and was buried in it. Well, today, we can say of the Challenger crew, their dedication was, like Drake's, complete. The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
100%, Tim. Whether you liked him, whether you didn't like him, he had a commanding presence. And he was able to give us...
That's a great communicator.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
But, and I think that's the thing to look at. I mean, with the Challenger, and us looking at it today, how it impacts with the folklore legends that we have, the history we have. It always involves people going into an unknown, exploring, and sometimes they turn out tragic. Sometimes they turn out victorious, and sometimes they even end up going eh. But the thing is that is mankind. When Dan Quayle was suggesting in the I believe in the early 90s there, that we should quit sending people into space and use probes from now on. Well, that's emasculating mankind. Mankind is willing to take those risks. Mankind is willing to lay down their life to know what is over that hill. Whether they go to the deeps.
What's beyond that horizon?
You're right. Whether it's going to the depths of the earth, which is just as dangerous, are exploring into areas that, let's face it, they're incredibly, dangerous. Climb a mountain. Why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there. Why do you go under the sea? Because it's there. There's got to be something we can learn. And now the next hill that we do have is space. And which is why things like the original Star Trek series grabs us so. Because it's like, it's the final frontier. Well, we are taking these explorations, and we know they are dangerous. We know that in the future people will die, and that's unfortunate, especially as more and more gets shot up into space. It's like your odds start changing a little bit, and the losses that we already had, stuff we know, and you can tell right there. Reagan's little jibe to the USSR about everything of ours is up front. What you see is what you get. We don't hide.
Because remember, this was in the middle of the Cold War.
Right. This is what freedom's about. We do show this. This isn't a weakness. It's a setback. And in the end run, it makes us stronger. So, like I said, me being irritated the fact that through sheer incompetence, we almost lost 2 astronauts who had to stay in space for how many weeks, and it took Elon to bring them back down. While we had a president that sat back and said nothing, did nothing
for optics again.
That's not right. That's not what you do with these brave explorers. And yes, it's bravery. Go and live in a tin can for half a year, or if not a full year. Recycled air, trying to figure out where the hose goes so you can go to the bathroom. How do you take a shower without, making the whole place a giant sea world? Right? How do I'm going to eat this paste now. Lovely paste. I think it's turkey flavored. Think about the sacrifice that they're. Then when they come back, they literally almost have to learn to walk again
because of being in the low gravity of space for as long as they have.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they try whatever they can to help keep it from happening, but it still happens. Just not necessarily as bad.
It's all the progression. You have to walk before, or have to crawl before you can walk, and you have to walk before you can run. So we're still at crawling stages. I'm sorry, but I mean we are, because the way space and zero grav and all that stuff is, we thought about all this in our science fiction. Right. How would we overcome these things? How would we overcome space? We need better energy production, new power sources. We need to invent anti-gravity, just lots of different things in order to survive out there. And we're not even a fraction of the way there.
No, we're just beginning. we're still an embryo. I'm not even going to go sit back and say that we're even crawling right now. We're an embryo.
Yeah, pretty much.
When it comes around the whole thing, I mean, the object that's made it the furthest out is Voyager 1, and followed by Pioneer 11, and then coming behind it is Voyager 2. I mean, and these are just probes launched in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
And it's something to crow about. It is something because it is a step. This isn't a little step that was done. This is a major step in the fact that they've been working for so long when they figured, we won't hear anything from them. And all of a sudden, hey, this is Voyager. I just wanted to sit back and ask, how's Kelly doing? Or whatever. They get some sort of signal, right? Or even the fact of what we're able to do on the moon with the rovers, the little rovers running around and stuff like that, because, you're dealing with, it depends on where the orbit is. Minutes of delay, and if Mars is on the further side of the orbit, it's going to be even longer than that. We're still an embryo.
Mm-hmm.
We're still growing, but it doesn't mean we stop. It doesn't mean that we have a disaster. We stop. In fact, it should fire us up even more. And let's do it. Let's quit pussyfooting around. NASA should have had a space station up there for a long time ago. I mean, ours, not a shared one. I know we had Skylab, but, look what they did with Skylab. Okay, let's drop her down, have a crash. Of course, the Russians had Mir.
Well,
we're in the various Soyuz, not Soyuz, Soyuz is the rocket, but the Salyut stations.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Cash. How you
Yo,
doing, buddy?
And Cash, welcome to the show. Glad you're here.
Yeah. We had to, thank goodness for Elon's rocket. It could be anybody's. We had astronauts stuck up in the space station or exactly where they were, and we had to get them down. I mean, these tragedies like the Challenger, they're horrible. But unfortunately, with actual progression can come with sacrifices, unfortunately. We're still learning, like you said, we're an embryo. We've got the rover, obviously still on Mars. We had one that cracked, like they had to bring another rover in, if I remember correctly. There's also other people out there that just don't care about space exploration. I wish they did, but they just are like, I'm on Earth. I don't care. So.
Most of the people are like, call me when you invent warp speed,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's a common.
It even comes to the point. I'm not interested in it. Why are you spending time on it? You shouldn't do that.
Right.
It's like, why are we spending money on this?
Right. Exactly.
There's so much we can. You remember, how much stuff we have invented just because of the space program.
Right.
Between the very first Apollo missions to the space shuttle missions, everything that was invented. The Hubble telescope.
A lot of what NASA does, even just the original mandate, was simply testing different wing designs and making reports and studies. And then when companies want to invent a new type of airplane, jet fighter, or other type of craft, they now have this body of research from the various. Because NASA is really like a number of facilities. It isn't necessarily a monolithic entity as it comes off when people say NASA. You got Jet Propulsion Laboratories, you got Ames Research Center, you got whatever they call Johnson Space Center, and Kennedy Space Center. But some of these facilities conduct some really deep research that does end up in the private sector. Sometimes it gets put into research associated with their own programs. But more times than not, the private industry is literally drawing upon that body of research. So it's like that's actually money spent that pays dividends. But, it's true. Individual missions do have those windfalls too.
Well, I mean, like, look at Rockwell International built the shuttles. My uncle used to work for him. He used to build the shuttles. And they were bought by Boeing. And look at, I mean, they're not doing so well right now. But
no, for a number of years they were.
Great advance.
Boeing, right. Boeing used to be a powerhouse. There's obviously some people that they've been hiring recently, and I think this is why they're running into these problems.
Well, you could say that Boeing was a powerhouse. McDonnell Douglas was a powerhouse.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I would still say Boeing is a powerhouse, but you know, like luckily their military division is a little bit separate from their civilian aircraft production division. That's why I'm not really worried about the F-47 NGAD that they're working on. But yeah, I mean, definitely there's been like a lot of incidences, right? We know about the door falling off, the you know, basically prioritizing profits over safety. I mean, just basic stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, Team EDI that was in charge of that. Yeah.
There's
and that's just it. They were. That's why. That's what them kind of having their falling star is why now it's Airbus. Everybody's wanting to clamor for the Airbus. But yeah, Boeing was a passenger, a real powerhouse. You knew it was a you knew this was quality. Same thing with McDonnell Douglas, and and they're fighting with each other. We got the DC-10. Oh, we got the MD-11. Looks just like yours, but sleeker. It's that sort of thing, and that keeps the competition, keeps that invention going. That what can we do to make it better, faster, safer? And even this tragedy of the space shuttle, we learned things for the next generation.
That's right.
And tragedy does do that. Bad things do help advance society. Just sometimes more than good things. I really hate to say this because it's a learning experience.
Even the Titanic disaster was a learning experience. Everything that came about after that disaster.
Yeah, well, like the Challenger situation was not arrogance. I feel like we're just going to do this. The Titanic situation was arrogance. We had this massive ship, and we can get through anything. And
I disagree with you on that, Cash, because the Challenger mission was arrogance.
Yeah,
was it?
Even with the cold temperatures.
Okay. They didn't listen to the engineers from the company who produced the booster.
That's not good. So they
wanted to fire that off for a photo op.
Wow.
Yeah, they wanted to
really?
have that beautiful photo op. They didn't want to have to. They didn't want to have to delay it because the president was there. All these people were there. Everything's all loaded. We're sitting that first teacher up there, and all that.
Well, not only sending the first teacher up there, you had honored guests, family members there. Christa McAuliffe's parents were there at the launch. The last image they see, knowing that their daughter's in that shuttle, is that shuttle itself not exploding, but everything around it exploding.
Right.
Gosh, I had forgotten about the arrogance. Then it's been obviously so many years, but
there was arrogance.
Jeez.
I mean, this doesn't take away from the people who designed it, built it, but that's the thing. It's like it's managers, not leaders. It's managers who fuck it up.
As I said earlier tonight, it's the arrogance of NASA management. So no, we're fine, we're going.
Yeah, that's
even though there were people saying no. The higher ups were like, no, we're going.
It's starting to come back to me, and of course, I mean, still losing 7 astronauts, even losing one person is still too much. So,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, this like I said earlier, you weren't here, but I said, Christa McAuliffe really impacted this. But even if she wasn't on board, it would still be a huge tragedy on America. She was just an extra added frosting on that bitter cake.
It could have been any of the teachers that applied for the program.
Harder. Yeah.
Any of the teachers that applied for the program would be the name that we're speaking of tonight.
Right. Or the other guy who was one of the 600 employees from Hughes. I mean, I don't get me wrong when I sit back and say this. Can you imagine how many of them were sitting there going, "Oh my God, that could have been me"? I know I would have been there.
There's video out there showing the reaction of people who were there at the site of the launch. A few hundred yards, well, more than 100 yards from the Kennedy Space Center. And the looks on their face, the reaction on everybody's face, disbelief, dismay.
Yeah, you saw the immediate emotion change from elation to shock. It's like, it happened. It's like, their brain freezed, rightly so, right? That's just human, a human condition. And then it starts hitting them. Oh my God, that thing blew up. That was my daughter.
Right.
Yeah.
That was my brother and sister.
That was my husband.
That
was the father of my children, the mother of my children.
Yeah, when I was 5 years old and we were watching a documentary, or 6 years old, that's exactly what my parents explained to me while watching the people, watching the thing go up.
Yeah, I think McAuliffe's parents were with Reagan.
No, they were there in Florida. Her parents were there in Florida.
Yeah, Reagan was down there. Reagan was down there, if I remember right. Reagan took the flight down to see the launch.
Let me see if I can find the video I was talking about that showed the reaction.
Also, it looks like I pulled up some old what is this, Live Now, and here's John Glenn talking in '85.
Yeah. I put a link from NASA's website that has a list of other links about the press kit. It's got the Rogers Commission report. It's got the Challenger bibliography. Sorry, what was a tongue twister? The fate of the Challenger crew.
Wrong. He wasn't.
The voice recorder transcript, and that's fine. The administration's statement on the 10th anniversary of the incident, Reagan's address to the nation that we just heard, Senator Glenn's remarks in February of '86, post-Challenger evaluation of space shuttle risk assessment and management, President Reagan's eulogy, which we will be watching in a little bit.
Okay.
And I was wrong. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. I thought he was for some reason.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay, I've got a video which I'm gonna bring up that will show the live reaction.
Was he breaking up, or am I having problems?
Yeah, he's breaking up.
Okay.
Well, that's because I'm kind of in front of my mic, then I'm moving away from my mic so I can just do things. But if I'm still breaking up, let me know.
Oh, no worries. No worries. That's why I asked. Because literally, I don't know if it's me or not. My internet connection.
Yeah. All right. So this is reaction to the shuttle going up after launch, and then, of course, the unfortunate explosion.
These are the spectators that were watching.
Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second, altitude 1.3
This is raw, unedited video, just sent via satellite.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
And you hear some people screaming and some people clapping because, again, like it was said earlier, especially in that news report, people thought this was just part of the routine of the shuttle going up. They didn't realize what happened. And Christa McCullough's mother and father.
Picture you were just seeing is Christa McCullough's parents watching in horror. These are the students from her school.
But now you see the realization setting in, people realizing something's wrong. People trying to process what just happened in front of them.
And then
What
then
would
you hear
any of
obviously
us
a major malfunction.
Yeah. What would any of us have done if we were there that day 40 years ago?
Back then, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought it was normal at first and then realized, to my horror, something was going wrong. And that's what you see in some of the faces.
Mm-hmm.
Many of them probably had their view blocked just as we did with the television cameras, with just a
shock setting in.
Huge fireball and a huge cloud of smoke. They may not realize yet what is.
No, I think it's starting to dawn on them right there.
You just have to wonder what was going through their minds.
What's going on? What's this going on? What happened? I don't know what happened. I mean, that's basically like how I'd be.
Yep.
Yeah. Like we said tonight, Phil, it didn't have to happen. NASA should have postponed it. Yes. We can, again, I will reiterate all night. We can say that now, 40 years later, knowing what we know. But even NASA knew when their own engineers were telling them, do not proceed with this mission.
Right. And they're smarter than us, and they're saying that. I mean,
right.
NASA, they were up their own buttocks. They were.
Yeah, they're government.
I'm trying to keep it clean tonight. And
I know. I mean, but they're a government agency. Remember what Reagan said? The most frightening words are, "I'm from the government.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to help you. I'm from the government. I'm here to run your space race." You know.
Yeah. Right. Well, we've seen other problems too. You know, the arrogance of people. Just even people getting into a car and doing stuff and whatever, like spinning their car around and going too fast or whatever. It's, you know, there's things that can be always avoided instead of having some tragedies may not be able to be avoided, but I think the majority of this stuff, if people use their brain a little bit more and they take their arrogance, their ego out of the equation, they can. These things don't need to happen.
I mean, today, you know, before I even got, you know, I had to travel into the danger zone into Minneapolis to take the long suffering to her appointment, and on both ways on the trips, just watching how the people were driving. Exactly your point. It's like, it doesn't need to be this way. Get your head out of your arses and quit thinking that you're the only person on Earth.
Exactly.
Or on the freeway, you know.
Yes.
Either way.
That's why defensive driving is very important and stuff.
Yep. I think the driving issue is basically that more humans are becoming the R word. Sorry, Mike. And because it's everywhere you go, dude. Everywhere you go, people are like the worst drivers you can possibly imagine, and it just
you're not wrong.
I am.
It gets even worse when you're in a massive state too.
Oh yeah, the bigger the town, actually. I mean, the worse it gets. I had to fly. I had to drive in Florida, and this was in the 2000s, early 2000s. I spent 2 months in Florida, down at Port St. Lucie. And you had to be insane to drive down there. I mean, your skill level of driving had to reach peak in order to be able to keep up down there. It's crazy.
In other words, your skill level had to be God tier.
Yes, or you die.
Right.
Right. Well, I know I'm not joking when I say this, but we have a generation of drivers now that their driving courses was GTA.
I
believe it,
and I'm not kidding. You watch how some of the people drive, and it's like,
well,
you think you're playing around in GTA? Come on, man.
I'm still trying to figure out also when it says like the carpool lane, and then you see like some motorcycles trying to use it, and you're like, I don't know about that.
Well, here,
but yeah.
Well, here. We have what the HOV lane, which is of course 2 or more people in the car, or you can have Easy Pass and pay an extra $2 to $2.50 to drive in that lane by yourself, and motorcycles are welcome. So that's here. That's what we have. It doesn't mean that's the same everywhere, but
No, I just if it's called a carpool lane, carpool, not motorcycle lane, but a lot of it's crazy too. I mean, we're still even at this day, because of the way people drive, we're still seeing fatal accidents. Unfortunately, everywhere. In
my area, there are fatal accidents. And this wasn't a fatal accident, but it did involve me driving home one day. I'm driving home one afternoon, doing the speed limit, paying attention to what's in front of me, what's behind me, what's around me.
Sure. Right.
Well, this young girl, she had to be, I don't know, teenagers and maybe early 20s. She pulls out of one of these side streets right in front of me. So I had to slam on my brakes. And, of course, slam on my brakes, put my hand on the horn, and she's like, "What are you honking at?"
How you get flipped off because they almost hit you.
Right, yeah.
Right.
That's how they act, yeah.
You're the bad guy.
Right.
Yeah. She's all, "Slow down." I'm thinking, and I even said, "I'm going the speed limit. You cut me off."
Yeah.
Arrogant.
Get your head out of your ass.
I love how, we don't have carpool lanes and stuff like that, but we have 4-lane highways and stuff. But, the outside lane is for people who want to break the law, and the inside lane is for people who really want to break the law.
Sure.
So there you go.
Yeah.
And if you're somebody who's breaking the law regularly in the inside lane, and all the people who really want to break the law come up behind you, they get super mad.
Well, here in Minnesota, we have
even
a
around
5-lane major highway coming in from Somalia, and a dirt road leading out of the state. So it tells you something.
But even around here, I'm driving the speed limit, and I have people passing me, and they got to be going 60, 70 when the speed limit's 50, 55 in some areas. And it's like, hey, you don't like it that I'm doing the speed limit? Well, guess what? I know this area better than you, especially the tourists that drive around here. It's like, I know where each and every officer will or potentially will place themselves this time of year. And even in wintertime, I know where they're at.
Sometimes it's better to drive slow, because
but thanks.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Because it just can help with the risk factor. You're driving slow because somebody just pulls out in a red light, and at least you drove slow to not hit the car. And then of course that can be more problems. Sometimes also when people are turning left, the other person is probably going a little bit too fast. Well, it may be your fault in that situation because you turned left, but they were probably going a little bit fast. They probably wouldn't tell you though. But it doesn't matter people's age or whatever. The recklessness of people and vehicles just can be awful.
And you got to understand though that lots of the time it's because of that stupid thing in their hand.
The phone.
Oh, I'm sure. So
they can't put it down for more than 5 seconds. Somebody's texting me. I got a notification. Somebody's on Facebook or Twitter. Blah blah blah. You got to.
I mean, how many people do you hear about, especially nowadays? They're streaming while they're driving.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I've seen people.
While I'm driving.
You ever seen a girl who crashed while streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
a few of them actually.
I really have several.
Oh yeah.
And for me, my eyes are on the road. I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not looking at anything else. My hands are on the steering wheel. I'm looking in my mirrors. I'm looking in front of me at all times.
Free devices.
Unless I'm looking at the map.
Yeah. Right. The map or hands-free devices. That's why it's important to have those. And even the radio can be obviously very distracting. Sometimes it's better to turn it down, and especially if you're feeling tired and you're in the car and you've been driving for a while, and it can take a toll on you pretty quickly. Roll down the windows, turn on the radio, or so pull over to the side of the road for a little bit.
Well, to a rest stop, and like Anonymous said, take a power nap and.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the one thing, and this is why I hate all this draconian focus on only one type of thing. Actually, more accidents with death and being involved are because of people who are overtired, not because they're intoxicated or under the influence.
Being tired
And
is
the thing
equivalent to being drunk.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I just wanted
Exactly. Well, yeah, you're absolutely right, DJ. 100%. The body chemicals and such like that, how they're trying, get through. It's like the equivalent, even right down to your reaction. And you're passing out. It's like but you know what? They don't. Do you ever really hear much about that? No.
Oddly not. And it's very weird. I saw a clip from Better Call Saul when the blonde lady was driving, and that's exactly what happened. Like, she's driving, dozes off, and in a blink of an eye, she's in a ditch. She survived. She didn't get injured, but it was just like, and then I read the comments, and people were like, that's exactly what it was like when it happened to me. And I just found that kind of enlightening.
It's weird how, because, it imitates real life. If these, doing a lot of research, and imitates real life.
Yeah, I've seen a video of this girl. She's driving a rental car. And she's not paying attention to the road. She's too busy texting on the phone as she's driving, and she loses control, gets into a dish, and hits a mailbox, and then screams like an infant child. It's like, well, if you were a responsible person, you put down that phone, and you were paying attention to the road, and maybe not driving so fast, an accident wouldn't have happened.
Yep. Because they're so concerned about, I'll get this content. Oh, look at this. I can do this. That's great and all, but, you still need to be responsible. And that's why, just like the Challenger, just like some of these other incidents, Columbia, whatever, there's obviously some recklessness, that leads to these potential horrible tragedies.
And it still comes back to, I'm going to tell you a little story. It comes back to no, I got this. It's arrogance.
That's right.
Like I used to do a rural paper route, and it's not like on your bicycle where you're driving around, you're pedaling around.
You weren't paper boy? Or
No. You would go in your car and you would deliver the newspapers from your car. And
I thought it was a Ford tractor.
Well, that too. You take whatever you got. But middle of the night, you get up at 12 o'clock at night or in the morning, you go get your papers, you roll them, you get in the car, you're driving around 3 or 4 different freaking towns in the 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Most of the time you're used to it. You sleep during the day, blah, blah, blah. You're up at night. It's a night owl job. But sometimes, things happen during the day. You can't sleep that much. And I know one night I was dead stinking tired, and I was driving on these rural roads, hills, curves, everything you can possibly imagine, the worst road conditions you could think of other than it being icy. And I was drifting off every 5 seconds, just trying my eyes. I couldn't hold my eyes open, and towards the end of the route, and I swear, and I was like, no, I got this. I can do this. And, I was just a little bit, cool. I didn't die. I didn't wreck, but by golly, if I had another half hour to go, I probably would have fell asleep somewhere down the road.
And just imagine, just imagine being on the space shuttle, being in space for a number of days. What kind of shape you have to be in?
Right. Yeah, you can't be out of shape when you go into the, you can, some stupid stunt by Bezos and whatever. That's not reality. That's these astronauts actually do train. And the thing is, I don't know if you guys also remember the astronauts, they brought in what the space food was that they eat. I don't know if it's still the same, like the space ice cream. Like when
Oh,
you're in when we were in school,
Fake
we
space
actually
food.
yeah.
Freeze
Oh,
dried
I'm
stuff.
sure.
But it's
Yeah.
good. It's good stuff, though.
it is. It is. I mean, that ice cream that is deceptively delicious. I think they have it in Neapolitan.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's good.
but going to these field trips or even having like an astronaut come to your classroom and stuff and talk to you, like it's very very interesting.
That
Or
only
people
happens in
involved in
California.
NASA, but the problem is also with any of these government facilities, and we see with what's going on with Boeing and cutting corners and all this stuff, and there's people that don't want to admit this, or even people that shield them from the certain criticism. No, we need to know about all this stuff. It's just good that, I mean, in a way that we haven't had many tragedies with space exploration, space. I mean, we had the Columbia, of course. Before that, obviously the Challenger that we don't talk
And
a lot about.
Apollo 1,
Apollo 1,
unfortunately.
yeah. So still not
And
many, but yeah. Go ahead.
we were on the borderline with 13.
Right.
True.
Apollo, yeah. But nothing compared to what the Russians had. I mean, the first Russian woman in space was actually the second one. The first one didn't come back. And that Soyuz, what was it, 16 or whatever he was talking about? Don't look that up. It's like, yeah, that's the one where the capsule wasn't properly sealed, and it didn't turn out good for them.
And to be a Russian in the 80s. Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, this is 60s and 70s as well.
Sell that too,
and there's another report that's come back that there are 3 Russians who are still, who probably are further ahead than we might be getting lied to. That the Voyager 1 is the furthest object into space because they did an overshot and it kept going and going.
It's on its way to Pluto.
So
the
there's
furthest functioning object in deep space, would that be accurate? Like, does the Russian one transmit
probably
back?
be more.
Yeah.
Because if they're transmitting back in that sucker, that'd be eerie. That's just so I can say. And also, the Russians avoided another tragedy, by the way, and that was with the Buran. Right?
Well,
they sent the Buran up, and they're bragging about how this is the first remote control space shuttle we can whatever. And it was a good thing they did, because when she went up, there was something that happened with the atmosphere. Basically, they would have suffocated and died up there if there was anybody flying it. They would have obviously been able to bring it back because it's remote control, but yeah, they ditched. Managed to do a little ditch of a tragedy there.
And the Buran was pretty cool. I mean, yeah, they had a bit of a, they had a head start on the research. They were able to draw on what we did, but Buran was a very interesting craft in its own right.
It was. I mean, she didn't have any rockets of her own. Just what would you say, the thrusters or whatever, help keep it.
It was all liquid fueled.
I mean,
they had 2 boosters on the side, and they used liquid fuel, and the main orbiter did not use main engines to go up. So, this part here is called Energia. Energia is like a heavy lift rocket, basically. Somebody's gonna mount things on top of it instead. In this case, they went with the side-by-side configuration, like the American Space Shuttle. But yeah, it's like, it looks like a space shuttle from this angle, but it is like a completely different way of handling the launch portion of it.
Right. Exactly.
And I guess, DJ, that like things like the space station, I don't. The most thing I've been hearing about, I don't know about you, DJ, but is about, of course, the rockets that Elon is doing, because of course NASA is like important, but they're doing other stuff, as we were talking about that other stream, DJ. But I don't hear, I mean, I would hope that everything's going smoothly up at that space station that we're sharing other countries with, and I haven't heard much
generally,
about a lot
those-
of this stuff. What's going on in Mars, and they don't
Mm-hmm.
talk about this stuff a lot on the news. Sometimes they
yeah.
do, but I wish they
Ooh.
would talk about it more. Oh,
Let's
that-
not
that's
forget the
Baran?
little. Yeah, there's the painting of the Baran there. The other one is a little space fighter that they were working on, and at the time, I don't know if they still are, but they were working on a little one-man kind of, think Ranger 3 from Buck Rogers.
I'd fly that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And managed to get some pictures of them picking up. I don't know. I have to. This is where the Russians were at, basically, when the wall started falling, and they had nothing to do, no money to do anything with.
Wow.
This is, of course, from the book, The Soviet Manned Space Program. Obviously, it's very out of date now. Unless you're dealing with the Soviet part of it. But yeah, they got a lot of nice things, including cutaways of everything. I love this book. No, I mean, Russia was very much, let's throw caution to the wind, because they really wanted to get up there before us. And of course,
and it could be any country.
they don't care about life.
Right.
Yeah, and they didn't have any really care, about
Chernobyl.
life. People were cannon fodder.
Yes, Chernobyl was a horrible disaster.
It's a bad combination when you don't care about your people and you suck at building stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the funny thing. The one thing in the space program Soviet Union / Russia can do is make something tough as hell.
But they can't make it functional.
Well, you got the functionality issues. But, like Mir and all that, that could take a beating. And, it wasn't such a fragile thing. Same thing with the other craft. I mean, they're still using the same type of craft that they did back in the 1960s.
Yeah. Still using Soyuz, which is it's like not a bad vehicle, but it is old AF. And I mean, they've upgraded it, over the years. So it's not like it's completely 60s tech. But just to give you guys a diagram here, let me see if we can find a basic, we got a couple of different ways that we can look at Soyuz. But essentially, I once went to a museum and saw this. So this bell right over here, that's the capsule that re-enters the Earth. This part here is equivalent to what the service module on the Apollo program, where you could stick payloads, or in this case, you got your tanks, you got some engines, and I guess this part's also a crew compartment, although, bottom line, crew compartment and re-entry component, and then you got your support components. You got solar panels attached to the service module element here, so that's where your power generation comes from, but it's the same basic design from since the 60s. Absolutely right, Baron.
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, they're tough as hell. I mean, there's no denying that part at all. I mean, I could grab my book again and show the cutouts they have on there of that. But even their salutes, that they put up there for space stations as well. They had, I can't remember how many quote unquote space stations they had before Mir. And then, of course, Mir. And, sometimes they destroy these things. It's like, don't they have more life than that? It's like they're already talking about taking down the ISS. It's like, excuse us, we were told that the ISS was supposed to last a hell of a lot longer than what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Why?
Well, and it's a real trap. Like I can understand. I've heard the case being made that like the outside coatings get affected by UV, the structural elements get affected by vibration, and all of that stuff. But like one of the parts of the ISS, I mean, the last part that got launched was the Kibo module. This is the Japanese experiment module. This is the Japanese logistics module. It's like a storage area. It's also got computers inside. And then this is the exposed experiment platform. And this is probably one of the largest things that was ever launched on a single space shuttle mission. But I believe it took 2 missions to launch it, but maybe 3. But the idea is you got a little airlock here. You can put your experiments on a little turntable, slide them out into the vacuum of space, use your robotic manipulator arms to position it on these platforms. So you might say, hey, I want to know what happens to nylon stockings if I leave them exposed to the vacuum of space under sunlight and maybe even under shadow. And you can leave it there for 6 months, a year. And yeah, I know I used a funny example. And there's been other experiments where we've done this before, but this is cool because now Japanese industry and even our industry can utilize this as another resource. In my opinion, is this should be separated and put onto like whatever upcoming station they have planned. But this one gets its water and air supply from the American, what is it? Not the Unity module. I forgot the name of the American portion, but it gets its oxygen and water. Water is really important in space. During Apollo 13, when they were conserving water, it wasn't for drinking. I mean, yeah, they drink water, but they had to conserve the water for drinking because the electronics require water to be cooled in space.
Mm-hmm. I only chuckle because there can be probably a very useful experiment with nylon in space because they're wanting to. What can we do with nylon that can help us with whatever, and do experimentation? And the only place you can do it up there, so it's perfectly plausible they could do that.
And the American spacesuit was made by basically the ILC Dover was a division or had a major, they drew upon the talent from Kotex or the company that makes tampons.
Yay!
Oh, okay.
Wearing a giant tampon to space. Nice.
But no, there's certain skill sets that overlap, and the types of people who work on that and the type of material sciences that go into it apparently were applicable here. And perhaps advancements made in that field of making a spacesuit ended up making better tampons too.
Well,
You never know.
Well,
I'll leave that to the ladies to decide. But
this is also another thing that can happen with more of the tragedy. I mean, with Boeing and other stuff that used to be a powerhouse, especially with aviation. Like DJ said, the military part is a bit different, which is good. But aren't these companies, especially with people's lives in their hand, the best and the brightest? Even with that helicopter tragedy and some of this other stuff where it's just too close knit. These are problems that should have been fixed years ago. And so we blame one person or we blame some administration for this thing where this could have been fixed years ago. Like there should not be this. With, as you guys know, with that helicopter,
as you know, there are things that are swept under the rug. It's like
They
you
are.
sweep it under the rug,
Yeah.
people will ignore it, and they'll
Yep.
forget about it.
Airplane. There needs to be enough runway, enough room for all these planes and helicopters, whatever's on that tarmac, whatever you want to call it. Because those are things that can actually have problems. And if the people aren't flying them properly and you find out, well, was this person have the qualifications? Were they hired? I don't care who they were. And we see more and more, those can obviously cause tragedy real fast. So, yeah.
The one thing,
quick.
though, is
real quick. Want to say hello to Scott, who says, I remember being in the library in 12th grade and watching it happen live. And Scott, I'm praying for your father, and please, safe travels for you.
Yeah.
The thing is, I take a look at that module and the experimentation. How many of us here are now thinking of a possible future Godzilla movie? Right there in the station. But, in all seriousness, though, in all seriousness and all that, I was lucky enough one time to go to, they had coming through at the Mall of America about the Russian space program, including a mock-up of at the time, what was up in space for the Mir, kind of that main section. And they had it off to the side, a little tilted off to the side, and they're trying to do little tricks to make it give an illusion that you were floating in space or in space. But it's like, my God, how big it is. I'm kind of claustrophobic, but going through there, having a nice talk, boy, it's like, showing the stuff off with what they have with that Mir station. I mean, I felt myself absolutely lucky to do that. Then going down to Florida one time, and I went to one of the museums that they had there, off of Canaveral, and they have, of course, John Glenn's Gemini in there, and you look in there, it's like there's no way in hell I can fit in that. No way in hell. How can you, it's like, boy, these guys were small.
Mm-hmm.
And you take a look at the spacesuits and such, and it's like, holy calamities. First of all, you've seen someone that's gone into space and come back, and gone into space with someone who was far braver than you will ever be, and the like. And it's like,
oh my god,
wow.
You just jogged my memory. I don't know how in the world I missed this. My uncle, I told you a while ago, my uncle worked for Rockwell International. We went to visit him when we were kids in California, and I had completely wiped off my memory that we went to go through the museum part, and we went through these. We got to see the not the lander, but I think that was there too. But the whatever you call the pod there, they come back to Earth in.
Capsule?
Yeah, the capsule.
Yeah.
They had those in there, and we got to walk through one, or climb through it. I can't even believe I forgot that. Thank you for putting that in my head.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. But when you take a look at it and you start thinking, this thing was stuck on top of a Roman candle. You're sitting there and you have how much TNT worth underneath your butt. And then you're getting shot into space at high G forces. And the noise, everything. And at a moment, you could be gone. But unfortunately, 40 years ago, that did happen.
Yes. And at this time, gentlemen, I would like to bring up
brave, crazy, or both.
And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring up Ronald Reagan's eulogy, the crew of the Challenger.
Okay.
We come together today to mourn the loss of 7 brave Americans, to share the grief that we all feel, and perhaps in that sharing to find the strength to bear our sorrow and the courage to look for the seeds of hope. Our nation's loss is first a profound personal loss to the family and the friends and the loved ones of our shuttle astronauts. To those they left behind, the mothers, the fathers, the husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, yes, and especially the children. All of America stands beside you in your time of sorrow. What we say today is only an inadequate expression of what we carry in our hearts. Words pale in the shadow of grief. They seem insufficient even to measure the brave sacrifice of those you loved and we so admired. Their truest testimony will not be in the words we speak, but in the way they led their lives and in the way they lost their lives, with dedication, honor, and an unquenchable desire to explore this mysterious and beautiful universe. The best we can do is remember our 7 astronauts, our Challenger 7. Remember them as they lived, bringing life and love and joy to those who knew them and pride to a nation. They came from all parts of this great country, from South Carolina to Washington State, Ohio to Mohawk, New York, Hawaii to North Carolina, to Concord, New Hampshire. They were so different, yet in their mission, their quest, they held so much in common. We remember Dick Scobee, the commander who spoke the last words we heard from the Space Shuttle Challenger. He served as a fighter pilot in Vietnam, earning many medals for bravery. Later, as a test pilot of advanced aircraft before joining the space program. Danger was a familiar companion to Commander Scobee. We remember Michael Smith, who earned enough medals as a combat pilot to cover his chest, including the Navy Distinguished Flying Cross, 3 air medals, and the Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry with Silver Star in gratitude from a nation he fought to keep free. We remember Judith Resnik, known as JR to her friends, always smiling, always eager to make a contribution, finding beauty in the music she played on her piano in her off hours. We remember Ellison Onizuka, who was a child running barefoot through the coffee fields and macadamia groves of Hawaii, dreamed of someday traveling to the moon. Being an Eagle Scout, he said, had helped him soar to the impressive achievements of his career. We remember Ronald McNair, who said that he learned perseverance in the cotton fields of South Carolina. His dream was to live aboard the space station, performing experiments and playing his saxophone in the weightlessness of space. Well, Ron, we will miss your saxophone, and we will build your space station. We remember Gregory Jarvis. On that ill-fated flight, he was carrying with him a flag of his university in Buffalo, New York. A small token, he said, to the people who unlocked his future. We remember Christa McAuliffe, who captured the imagination of the entire nation, inspiring us with her pluck, her restless spirit of discovery, a teacher not just to her students, but to an entire people, instilling us all with the excitement of this journey we ride into the future. We will always remember them, these skilled professionals, scientists and adventurers, these artists and teachers and family men and women, and we will cherish each of their stories. Stories of triumph and bravery, stories of true American heroes. On the day of the disaster, our nation held a vigil by our television sets. In one cruel moment, our exhilaration turned to horror. We waited and watched and tried to make sense of what we had seen. That night, I listened to a call-in program on the radio. People of every age spoke of their sadness and the pride they felt in our astronauts. Across America, we are reaching out, holding hands, and finding comfort in one another. The sacrifice of your loved ones has stirred the soul of our nation. And through the pain, our hearts have been open to a profound truth. The future is not free. The story of all human progress is one of a struggle against all odds. We learned again that this America, which Abraham Lincoln called the last best hope of man on earth, was built on heroism and noble sacrifice. It was built by men and women like our 7-star Voyagers, who answered a call beyond duty, who gave more than was expected or required, and who gave it little thought of worldly reward. We think back to the pioneers of an earlier century, the sturdy souls who took their families and their belongings and set out into the frontier of the American West. Often they met with terrible hardship. Along the Oregon Trail, you can still see the grave markers of those who fell on the way. But grief only steeled them to the journey ahead. Today, the frontier is space and the boundaries of human knowledge. Sometimes when we reach for the stars, we fall short, but we must pick ourselves up again and press on, despite the pain. Our nation is indeed fortunate that we can still draw on immense reservoirs of courage, character, and fortitude, that we're still blessed with heroes like those of the Space Shuttle Challenger. Dick Scobee knew that every launching of a space shuttle is a technological miracle. And he said, if something ever does go wrong, I hope that doesn't mean the end to the Space Shuttle program. Every family member I talked to asked specifically that we continue the program, that is what their departed loved one would want above all else. We will not disappoint them. Today, we promise Dick Scobee and his crew that their dream lives on, that the future they worked so hard to build will become reality. The dedicated men and women of NASA have lost 7 members of their family. Still, they too must forge ahead with a space program that is effective, safe, and efficient, but bold and committed. Man will continue his conquest of space, to reach out for new goals and ever greater achievements. That is the way we shall commemorate our 7 Challenger heroes. Dick, Mike, Judy, Elle, Ron, Greg, and Christa, your families and your country mourn your passing. We bid you goodbye. We will never forget you. For those who knew you well and loved you, the pain will be deep and enduring. A nation, too, will long feel the loss of her 7 sons and daughters, her 7 good friends. We can find consolation only in faith, for we know in our hearts that you who flew so high and so proud now make your home beyond the stars, safe in God's promise of eternal life. May God bless you all and give you comfort in this difficult time.
A great communicator.
Yes, he was.
And you could tell with how he was talking, he was fighting back.
As we all were.
Yep. And that's just the thing. And just like we were saying, exploration is hardship. Magellan left with 4 ships. Only one came back, and he wasn't part of it, the return. Of course, Drake, Cook, all these other explorers that you had out there, trying to find out what's on the other side, what's over the horizon, what is there? The insatiable curiosity, not the BS that we're being force fed now with crap about these people that were making great strides to learn about the world. There is always, you take a look at how many of these were leaders that were lost doing this, and that the others had to take up and finish the job for them.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows, if that's the case, the impeccable abilities of those people to do that. All of it across the board. Life is dangerous, right? We can try to be coddled up somewheres, hiding in the basement with bubble wrap all around us, but we're going to die anyways.
But to paraphrase Kirk in the original series, the potential is there. Enormous potential.
Right. Yeah. Do you want to die that way? Or do you want to experience life in one fashion or another? That's the big question. A lot of people have been brainwashed into not wanting to experience life. They might make those snide comments, "Oh, touch the grass." And they've never been away from anything and outside for I don't know how long. It's like, physician, heal thyself. We all need to do that now and then. It's nice to lay down on the grass, looking up in the sky and saying, "Oh, look, that looks like that cloud looks like one of DJ's turtles." Or that looks like Cash Money's dollar sign there. I mean, whatever it is, right? But using imagination and seeing things that aren't there but are, if you understand what I'm saying or trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot be kept in one spot. That is not mankind. Yeah, you have some that, we're homebodies. We won't travel more than 30 miles, but at least we're traveling within our 30 miles. In fact, back in the Middle Ages, if someone traveled 30 miles, they were worldly. Anyone who went over that, it's like, oh my God, what are you? sometimes we need to learn to get out of that 30 miles. Sometimes we've got to be like Samwise and say, the next step will be the furthest I've been from home. Sometimes we need to do that, and it could be fraught. It could be dangerous. But, like I said, I've said it many times. I do believe that we all have a timestamp. There is our death day, whether we like it or not. And we can be doing anything. We can be the healthiest person in the world. We could be the unhealthiest person in the world. We could be sitting down in front of a couch, or we could be driving a race car around the track. It does not matter. That day we come to an end. How do you want to go? Do you want to be experiencing life like you can't believe and going out on the ultimate orgasm of the experience of living?
Living life.
Or do you want to go out
think
as a
about
whimper?
it. What Tim is saying here. They knew the risk involved, but they did it anyway. Think about the first mountain climbers who looked at a mountain and said, I'm going to climb that.
Right.
Think about the first, person who said, you know what, there's more to this country than my one little area. I'm going to see what's out there. No, the first explorers who went out on their ships and said, we're going to see what's beyond this point.
Mm-hmm. How about Orville and Wilbur tossing the coin to figure out who's going to be the first one?
Mm-hmm.
On and on. Who's going to be, the first one to fly up in a biplane, basically made of wood, and take on your enemy. Iron Man with wooden wings.
Forget the horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the first one to ride on one of these motorized contraptions?
Mm-hmm. The first accident reported in the 1800s in France because one of the steam run ones ran into something because it didn't have any brakes. But you know what? Nobody got hurt, and that's part of the whole thing. That's all part of exploration. It's all part of experimenting. Or do we want to just go back and live in caves and bang on rocks and go ugh, 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 and hunt down whatever with spears? No. And try to figure out how to make a fire. No. We haven't crawled this far to abandon that. We should not be Luddites, even though I joked that I'm partial Luddite. But we have to do it wisely. NASA wasn't wise a few times here, as the same with Boeing. And let's hope and pray, if you're a praying person, that the wisdom does get down to them, and that we should make sure things are as well done as possible. The thing is no matter how tight of a ship that you make, how flawless it is, there can always be something that flubs it up.
Mm-hmm.
And
of course, man,
it doesn't matter. It's just whatever. You can have basically an garbage can rocket go into space, do several orbits, come back landing, and they go, good flight.
Yeah,
and then you can send up the most advanced rocket that's tight to the core, and you never see it again.
Yep. And people will still continue to roll their eyes about this stuff, but the levees is another thing. You find out, those should have been a lot better, because you never know if this disaster could be bigger than the last one. After earthquakes, people should build things that are better, especially a place like Japan that has a lot of earthquakes. But you need to learn from these things. And so the recklessness and the arrogance, and a lot of other people can roll their eyes all they want. But they're also the ones that are probably not even interested in fixing these things. They just want to blame other people. Well, that's not going to solve anything.
It never does.
It's proven time and time again. So they've got to check these things every year and so on. There's got to be money, especially things that are important. I mean, what happened in Louisiana, but it wasn't just that. It's just the recklessness. It's mayors, it's governors, it's all kinds of people who could be in power, just being stupid because they don't like somebody. But yet, when there's some actual tragedy going on, then people will say, "Hey, we can save a lot of people's lives, and let's do it. I don't care if I like this person or not." They're offering this. I mean, this goes along the lines of all this stuff, like we said, with NASA, Boeing, things that could have been avoided. A number of the stuff, these tragedies can actually be avoided if people would just take
Think
the
about
ego
too
out of the equation.
the Amtrak accidents that happened
Yes.
in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yes.
Those could have been
Engines
avoided if
out.
the tracks had, if the tracks had been properly inspected.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the government didn't care.
Right. Exactly.
But I know we're coming to about the limit that you want to bring the show to an end. Oh, actually,
Well, for this one,
Mike.
I'm making a little bit of an exception. We're going to go a little bit over, not too much, but a little bit.
Don't forget Tim's picks.
Hold on. I got a certain order.
No, it's okay. No, I'm not. I just want to make sure we didn't forget.
I'm not forgetting.
Okay, no worries. I believe you, man. I just figured I'd bring it up just in case.
I've got no. I didn't forget. I have them standing by and ready.
I'm teasing.
Whether it's articles, whether it's videos or pictures, I have everything.
Okay.
In the order that I'm going to present it.
But I know you're coming. I know you're coming close to the wrap up, anyways. So,
like I said, we're going to go just a little bit over.
Yeah, just a little bit longer. But you know me, I'm windy. But I do have a challenge for everybody here.
Yeah.
Hey, watch it. I do have a challenge for everybody here, in honor of these 7 fine individuals that we lost, and that goes with people who are watching, whether you're doing it live or if you're catching us on the flip side. It doesn't matter. But to honor that exploration feeling that they have, I challenge all of us this near to go take a trip, travel somewhere, get outside of your area. I'm not talking about like a road trip like Chevy Chase and National Lampoon Vacation. You can do it within your own state, because I'm sure you can do a day trip, maybe an overnight weekend trip, and find out so much about some town or some area. Like you, Cash, you should go up to Mount Shasta and see if you can see the giants that they say don't look at when they're up there. Then we'll see if we come back or not. But the thing is that's just it. I mean, there's so much legend and lore that we have in our states. There's so many interesting landmarks in history, stuff like that. And that is one of the first steps of going forward with exploration. So I challenge all of us sometime this year to, get in the car or whatever and spend some time away from your home. Again, even if it's a day trip, right? And find a place and just enjoy it, explore it, and take something back from that. Because you know what? Those are the first steps right there. And sometimes that can start becoming an addiction, a good addiction, because then you want to do it again and again.
I hear Minnesota's nice.
Yeah. Don't come to Minnesota. No. There's a lot of good places in Minnesota. I mean, you can go up to Duluth, the Minnesota Riviera, as we call it, and take about all the maritime, and even over in Superior, Wisconsin, about the Great Lakes Maritime. I mean, you go up there, you swear you're dealing with the coasts of California or Maine or whatever, with the shipping history that's up there. You got to remember that some mill in Wisconsin was where the old Emmett Fitzgerald left. And there's all sorts of stories that are there. I mean, I wouldn't say go to the Twin Cities. No. But, there's a lot of different places. You can find go to the world's biggest twine, ball of twine in Minnesota,
Go to
restaurants where they serve bananas and rice.
Where? Oh, no. Like I said, you want to stay out of Minneapolis.
I do. I don't know if they still have the card or whatever you go up in, but I do recommend Pikes Peak. I do also recommend, if you haven't been to Washington, D.C. and you want to see some great museums, I recommend that. I don't know if the FBI building is still off limits or not to tourists, but definitely there's still some nice places in DC to visit that I went years ago. Hopefully the subway system is a lot better than what happened. But yeah, no, there's definitely some nice places. Even in California, there's some nice places to visit.
Yeah.
So yeah,
On a day
but
trip.
also, also just go outside and get some exercise. Walk for about 30 minutes. If there's a campus near you or something, go walk there. If you like to rollerblade or do anything, take some time to just look around and just have a moment of zen.
Yeah, man.
It's
Do
just
some
good.
hacky sack or something.
That's right, hacky sack, right? Yeah,
Well,
it's fun, man. But yeah, I haven't done that in years.
And one time, and I want to do it again too, is went down to Austin, Minnesota, and visit the Spam Museum. And my God, that was fun. It was, and they moved it, so it's even better now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you come in, you're greeted with the spam from Monty Python.
Right.
But you think that you're talking about this pork shoulder minced meat that's in a can, that's can shaped, and you're going to see a museum for it. It's like this. They have spamples, so you can they have little things that try the little spamples. The teriyaki spam is great, by the way. But I mean, it's just a fun, silly trip. I mean, just kind of do something that would be outside of your realm.
Yeah, you can
You
find,
never know what you like.
Find stuff out there that isn't even that
Never
expensive.
know what you'll like. You never know who you might meet.
That's right.
And that's why I say it doesn't have to be a big trip, because again, we're talking about finances. Not everybody's got the finances, but maybe you have enough for a tank of gas and a meal, and boom, there you go. You don't even have to worry about a motel.
Boom,
boom, bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
Over there.
But one of the last two things I want to show video-wise before we do wrap things up is on November 26, 1986, Star Trek IV was released in theaters. And this was their dedication prior to the movie starting. And it says, as you can see on your screen, the cast and crew of Star Trek wish to dedicate this film to the men and women of the spaceship Challenger, whose courageous spirit shall live to the 23rd century and beyond. Simple and effective.
And I don't know about your theater. I don't know if you even saw this in the theater, but my God, it erupted.
I didn't. I was in fourth grade when I actually did get to see it. My teacher had just gotten it on VHS, and we're watching this.
The theater erupted. The theater erupted.
Star Trek inspired many astronauts, has had astronauts, not as speaking line characters, but background characters on the show. And NASA and Star Trek go hand in hand, especially with the first shuttle being named Enterprise. Although, like you said, Baron, if the fans would have relaxed a little bit, we would have had an Enterprise that would have been space worthy.
Yeah, I knew someone who worked as a photographer for NASA. He was part of the air show that I was working on, and he was regaling me with that and the frustration he had about that. It's like, if they would have just held back, that would have gone up there with it. So it personally affected him.
I mean, how cool would it have been? To be able to talk about all these years later. The first space shuttle that you could literally call a starship was named Enterprise. That would have been cool. And said, oh yeah, the first space shuttle, it was a glider named Enterprise.
Yeah.
I could hear Scotty now. Captain, how does that work for the Enterprise? A
Can you
glider.
imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine the Columbia being the Enterprise, and the guy comes back down and goes, "Now I'm officially the first captain of the Enterprise."
That would have been awesome. Yeah, yes. There were cast members there the day the Enterprise was unveiled,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
but it would have been just a cool retrospective looking back, saying, this is our first space shuttle. And yes, it is named after a famous ship from a TV show.
Mm-hmm. Not forgetting the adventurous ships that were beforehand that were Enterprise, both English and American.
Yes. And of course,
Yeah.
it was a while before America went back up into space. But America did return to space after this tragic accident. And it involved the Space Shuttle Discovery. On September 29th, 1988, the United States would return to space.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. Less than 2 minutes away from the launch of STS-26 and its crew of 5.
1 second,
And we have heard that the clock will hold at 31 seconds.
at TDSD, it's a cabin pressure rate of change.
Yeah, they were extra cautious on this one.
The clock will
Yes, they
hold
were.
at T-minus
If
31
you listen
seconds.
to the
Due a
chatter,
failure,
you
we
will
have
know.
not heard what that is yet.
It's going down. Probably due to the increase in the O2 going in from the suits. Okay, with your concurrence, we'll clear the air and proceed. Yeah.
T-minus 50 seconds and counting. We're going.
I'm gonna pause it here because think about how nervous not only NASA was, the entire nation was. We were on the edge of our seats.
None some more than the astronauts.
Oh, a lot of people were. I'm sure the astronauts had a lot of talks with a lot before they got in there.
Mm-hmm.
To clear the air and proceed. Had a concurrence from the launch director to proceed.
And if we clear, we will not stop at 31. Is that true? That's correct, MTD.
We will not stop the clock. The orbiter computers have positioned the vent doors, T-minus 31 seconds. We have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's 4 redundant computers have assumed T-minus 23 seconds and counting. The SRB nozzle profile, T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. We're go for main engine start. 7, 6. We have main engine start. 3, 2, 1, 0. And liftoff. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Roger roll, Discovery. Crew confirms roll program. Houston now controlling. 3 engines at 104%.
A real Discovery, by the way.
Use 3 good fuel
And
cells.
that's the video. It's not any of us.
Standing by to be throttle down to 65%.
All the 80s.
Yep.
Throttling down now to maintain a certain speed as the spacecraft passes through max Q.
And just imagine how nervous everybody was, especially when you hear throttle up.
3 engines at 65% now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are so puckered up you couldn't pass a mustard seed. Let's put it that way.
Standing by to see engines begin to throttle back up
It
at
was-
about 59 seconds. Mark 1 minute. Velocity 2,300 feet per second. Altitude 5.9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Roger, go.
Discovery giving a go at throttle up. 3 engines at 104%. Velocity 3,200 feet per second. Altitude 10.8 nautical miles. Downrange distance 8 nautical miles. 25 seconds from solid rocket booster separation.
And yes, we're watching the whole thing.
1 minute, 45 seconds. 3 engines at 104%.
Because this is as important.
Velocity 4,800 feet per second. Altitude 20 nautical miles. Downrange distance 19 nautical miles.
Right.
Standing by for solid rocket booster separation.
This is the picking yourself up,
dusting yourself
off, and saying, "I ain't gonna let defeat win."
Getting back on the horse.
Solid rocket boosters have separated. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. 3 engines still running 104%. 5,600 feet per second velocity, 31.8 nautical miles. Altitude, downrange distance, 38 nautical miles.
Discovery at 23,000 feet. Her range to touchdown about 9.5 nautical miles.
And that would
She's
Discovery returning to Earth.
3 feet per second.
Watch it too.
Now at about 20,000 feet.
I make no apologies. I still get emotional with stuff
A little
like
more
this.
than midway around her
No
left
matter how
overhead
old it
turn.
is.
As she lines up for her approach to the Edwards 17 runway on the
I miss our
desert lake
space
bed.
shuttle. I've always found it disgusting that they just brought that to an end and had nothing to take it over with. So we had to rely on the Russians.
Flight dynamics officer
thought that was
reports
just disgusting.
Discovery looking good, rolling on to final.
Into it.
And you think about the
Now
last
at
shuttle
about
mission was
14,000
Atlantis
feet,
back in
range
July of
8.1 nautical miles.
2011.
Yeah. And now they're sitting in museums. I want them back on the launch pads.
We don't know what we're going to get.
Discovery
We've got Elon leading the
on
race,
glide slope.
and then
Winds are calm.
Trump's
Looks real pretty.
trying to get NASA back up and running.
Well, yeah, well, NASA doesn't even know what's going to get.
At 3,000 feet, Discovery will execute her pre-flare maneuver. She's now at about 6,500 feet, descending at a rate of 180 feet per second.
This is what a whole generation has lost.
Speed 550 feet per
You know, to
second.
see something like this.
Yeah.
And it's cool. Sometimes they showed a cockpit view, and it's got like a heads-up display, just like a fighter plane. But it's also just a convenient way to track your angle and attitude. And this is using a fly-by-wire system, meaning that when you pull that yoke, when you control that joystick, a computer is interpreting your inputs, because this is a bit of a flying brick. So it has to interpret your inputs, and it has to send corrections to the control surfaces constantly to keep it on whatever
The gear
down
down
flight
and locked.
path you
The
want to
report
command
from
it
Mission
to.
Control.
Now, on the first mission, STS-1, it had a little trouble at this part right here where the wheels kept like lifting off the ground and bouncing
Commander
side to
now
side.
rotating the nose down, standing by
But they
for
fixed
nose
that
gear
very
and
early on.
touchdown.
Notice she doesn't have the parachute coming out in the back.
Oh, it looks like they're landing on the dry lake bed near Edwards. So over there, they have they might have a longer landing strip, so they may not need that parachute as badly.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
if you're coming
not like
down
when
with
you have to
a
land at Florida.
yeah. Also, when you come down with a heavier payload, like B-52 has the drogue chute because it's so gosh darn heavy. But anytime that Space Shuttle has to bring something down, like if they bring the space lab up, they don't deploy that. They keep it in the cargo babies. It's like an extra compartment, an extra room, basically. But sometimes a couple of times, at least one occasion, they had to bring a satellite back. So now you're coming down heavy. So that's the situation where I imagine they use the drogue chute.
And of course, we're not done
Yeah,
with
that's the one
Discovery.
where they brought it back, fixed it up, and sent it back up.
We are not done with Discovery at all. Tim was kind enough to send some pictures that he himself took while he was visiting the museum where Discovery is located.
Hello,
And there she
baby.
is. You
You think they would have cleaned her up a little bit?
Just
you would think. especially
Well,
if she's a museum piece.
It's not really gonna. It's not as simple as a paint job. I mean, you got the silica tiles on the bottom. On the top, you got blankets, basically, almost like a sort. It's a fabric. So sometimes functional necessities matter more. I mean, I don't mean to be countering, but like you see this with the SpaceX rockets. When a rocket's been used more than once, you'll see it looks a bit crusty because it's got a bit of mileage on it. But it's all superficial.
This is our Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
So,
and here's another shot that Tim had taken. Let me bring that up.
Ah, it's a great close up of the reinforced
So you
carbon
were
composite wing.
You were saying before, DJ, that we don't need these shuttles anymore, right? I remember you were talking about that because of how technology has changed now. And go ahead.
A big part was, even when it debuted, it's a space truck, and for a lot of the missions it served on, we didn't need a space truck. That being said, building the ISS, it was one of the original missions that were set that they had in mind, and it did succeed in that particular endeavor. And since we didn't really have another launch vehicle, it's not like we could have launched anything on anything else, but hypothetically, you could more economically launch your modules, your large freight on a different rocket and send your crewmen up on a smaller vehicle. And there were times where that would have been more practical than using a shuttle. But that being said, NASA, they do put a lot of work into making sure that the schedule is stacked, that everyone's got something to do throughout the entirety of a mission. And I'm sure they still made the best of the shuttle. But like one example is when they had to service the Hubble Space Telescope or launch it, the Hubble fits so neatly inside that payload bay, and it's no accident because one of the original missions they had in mind was launching spy satellites and servicing spy satellites. So some of the early shuttle missions are partially classified or have been more recently declassified because they were, missions for, military use. But after Challenger, the Air Force was like, okay, we're going to double down on our rocket development. And they kind of quietly stepped out of the shuttle program. Like at one time, they were one of the backers. There was an expectation that the Air Force would be putting a lot of funding into this. But with Challenger, the Air Force, they can't stop doing their mission. They need to launch all kinds of satellites. I mean, they launched the entire GPS constellation. So they had to, figure it out.
Yeah, I bet they did. Well, the space shuttle, man, is still, the design I still love. I still.
I mean, look at the shot of the underbelly. You can see the tiles under it, and
each of those tiles are numbered. And when they replace them, they actually have like a CNC, almost like a 3D printer, but it's like a digital CNC that will carve the silica tiles. Yep, there you go. Great shot, Tim. Exactly. And that's what's also interesting. You see like the pattern of like where you see that white stuff there, like the pattern of I guess the aerodynamics of it.
Yeah. Yeah, these are wonderful pictures that you put in the Discord, Tim. Really appreciate that.
Beautiful, wonderful. I like seeing that. I remember seeing pictures like this of when the shuttle was first going, and they were talking about how does these heat shields work, and they're showing these other numbers, and they put the thing into a big heater, and whatever, and it would start glowing and all that, and just talking about how this works, and you can touch it here, and you're not going to get burned, and even though it's taking on this side the whole thing, that must have been like in the early 80s, because everyone's question, what's all this about? What's this with the heat shield and blah blah? Why did she burn up?
Yeah, do you ever see?
But the one thing I had to
videos where they would explain it and they would show you, demonstrate how all that worked back then. I don't know where I saw it. Maybe it's PBS or on the news some new 60 Minutes. I don't know.
Been 3, 2, 1 contact.
Also think about the National Geographic videos that were being released at the time too. And
possible.
Right. I think I might have saw it on 3, 2, 1 contact is the reason is sorry. But yeah, that which was a PBS show. But it was a PBS science show, and it didn't dumb it down for the kids.
No.
It was out there
Science shouldn't be dumbed down.
No. Just quit using big fancy words. That's all I gotta sit back and say. You're trying to sound more impressive than you really are, damn it. But yeah, and to counter a little bit what you're saying there, DJ, is the one problem I always found with NASA is they're trying to focus on too much of all-purpose when that is not. It's not feasible. You can still need a space shuttle, but you can also need the conventional stuff. When you're you need to have the different classes for different missions. Then it becomes more affordable. It becomes more feasible, less wear and tear on many of the items you have. And the space shuttle still could have a purpose for some of the missions that it goes up for, but with that, again, it's that myopic thinking that we just everything all and which the shuttle is supposed to be in their opinion, everything in one. It's like, no, the shuttle isn't. How are you going to get that thing to the moon? How are you going to use this for getting us back to the moon? It's just not feasible, right? It's not designed for that. So it's like, you got to branch out, and I hope Elon has that on his mind. That you just can't live with.
He's not dumb, I don't think he's putting all his eggs in one basket.
Right.
So, he has 2 or 3 different kinds of rockets, does he not?
I believe so. Yeah.
Well, he's got the Falcon 9, he's got the Falcon Heavy, and he's got the Starship rocket, which is still being worked on. But I think recently did another catch. When they launch it and they land it and it catches it in the Mechazilla Tower, which is always never gets old.
Yeah. All right. Shock and awe here. Compare the two. The first time you saw a NASA shuttle launch and land versus Elon's rocket either landing on their own or coming down and getting caught by the arms of destiny.
I'll be honest with you, Anonymous. I was more impressed with the shuttle launch and landing than I was with Elon. And a lot of that has to do with what age I was at.
Yeah. Timing.
And for me, both. And partially because of what Mike said. And as such, you saw the advancement because each one was showing the advancement of the space program. And I think every advancement should be a shock and awe. And, seeing the space shuttle going up and then coming back like that, 100% shock and awe. I mean, who would have ever thought, this, they're using the shuttle basically as our version of the Eagle from Space 1999. Okay, we got this cargo bay and we can switch things out and all that, just like an Eagle. But then when you had Elon coming back and landing things like that, this is stuff that we read in 1950s science fiction, right?
Yeah.
And no one really seriously tried to do this until Elon. So that is also a shock and awe.
Well, believe me, Baron, I'm not trying to dismiss what Elon has done.
Oh, no, I know you're not.
Or what even Jeff Bezos has tried to do. I'm just saying for the time and for how long we had the shuttle program.
Right.
During my young youth, all the way into adulthood, I was just more impressed.
Right. Well, yeah, and I guess I mean, and it's how we look through different eyes. I know you're not belittling that. For me, though, I see awesomeness through the whole thing. Maybe it's just the fact of how I like the lore and how we keep, lore building in this case, real history lore, and how we just keep advancing in the fact that he is putting new life into space that we really so needed. And so that puts that awe there. And I have to put them kind of at an equal. But yeah, I mean, both for me is shock and awe. And I'm waiting to see what will be the next thing to shock and awe me. And I want them to keep coming. I want to be excited. And we had a long time where we were not excited. It was blah. Especially when the space shuttle quit flying. And we had to have hat in hand to the Russians.
I compare it to as a child watching the Constitution class Enterprise and being enthralled with it and all that it had, and then as teenager seeing Enterprise D and all the advancements and awesome upgrades and stuff like that. It's the same thing for me.
And what about you, Cash?
Ran away.
I had to run away. Yeah, no. I had to run away for a little bit.
Well, I saw the note that you had. I saw the note that you had. Yeah, I saw your notes.
I just, I just feel like we're not real progression is, we're actually trying to fix things. We keep regressing on stuff, and I feel, I don't know, I just like you guys, I don't know, I miss the shuttle's beautiful to look at, man. And we don't have that anymore. And now we got these rockets, and I understand what DJ's saying, but seeing the shuttle in space and seeing the astronauts in the area and inside the shuttle, and even seeing them, I just always been interested in space. But things like the Challenger, I mean, I feel we've learned from it, but I'm sure you all can agree that we're also regressing and stuff too, because we're cutting corners. We need to work on still more safety. And we keep seeing these disasters, not just stuff that we saw 40 years ago from the Challenger, but other disasters. We need to fix this stuff. And I feel like every year we've got to have people go out there checking tracks, checking this, checking that. Look at our roads even. We have potholes and stuff. This is dangerous. What if
Bridges
something
collapsing?
happens? That's right. Bridges collapsing.
I went over that bridge today, by the way.
Oh, okay.
The new one, obviously.
Yeah. We need to check on safety regulations. And I know people just want to keep playing the blame game and all this stuff, but every year we should be checking on regulations. So we're doing stuff in space. I mean, say what you want about Elon. He still got those astronauts out of there and brought them home safely. He was the only one who did it. There's probably another program out there or something like NASA that could have done it, but Elon brought those people home. So.
Well, Russians.
A lot. Yeah. Well, Elon, I guarantee you, is in it for the quality. He tests his rockets. He explodes them on purpose to see, what they could take. And I guarantee he's not buying parts from China, or not many anyway, because we are, as a society, as a world, we've gone the way of cheap, inefficient, low quality,
right?
Because our economy has gone straight down the toilet, and people, if they want people to buy their stuff, they have to figure out new ways to make it cheaper. And when you do that,
with space exploration, and sending rockets, shuttles, whatever, up into space, you can't go cheap.
No,
but they will. They will.
I know they will.
They will farm stuff out to the lowest bidder, and they will get corners cut. They will get cheap materials that buckle under pressure. It's just that's the culture we as a whole, as a people, live in now.
Right, and I feel
stuff.
Right, and things like the Challenger, Anonymous, I feel people need to watch this probably more in schools and whatever, because maybe this will help more for people to learn things that we need to work on our safety regulations. And like you said, cutting corners is not going to solve any problems, and it's been proven over and over again, and it can just cause more disasters. I mean, Boeing has had all kinds of problems with their planes, at least recently, at least the last few years. And there's obviously some problems there, and people need to do investigations and find out where they're cutting corners, what cheap material they're getting, because this doesn't help, especially when you have people in the planes. The planes, they say it's still the safest, it's still flying is still very safe, but
that's
per
capita, they can transport more people than one car, so it's per capita they can say that technically.
Right. Yes.
but you can't kill 300 people all at once in a car.
Right. Exactly.
But
that's true. Yeah.
I mean, look. I mean, even
then you're not trying.
Even the materials, yeah, you're trying too hard. Even the materials, you have to look at like the people who are designing stuff, the R&D. Like, I hate to throw it back to Minnesota, but the guy that just got shot, if it is true, his gun that they took out went off on its own, and apparently that certain pistol has a reputation for just discharging for no reason. Just you hit it a few times. There's videos out there that and there's lawsuits.
What do you have?
Yeah. And so that all goes
What
back to
brand is it? What do you have?
Students who are designing this crap.
Right. True.
What brand is that?
Sig
Analog.
Sauer.
What? Yeah. What brand is it?
It's a Sig Sauer.
Okay.
And
Okay.
the military
Okay,
stopped
that
using
explains
them. Yeah.
Hey, if you're into weapons, don't buy Sig Sauer. I can tell you that right now.
No.
Yeah.
Because sour means lemon. You don't want a lemon in the firearm.
You don't want one going off shooting yourself in the foot, or going off in a certain situation where it spooks the people who are highly on end already and thinking you're shooting at them. So that's not a good thing.
No.
I mean, as much as I'm not a fan of Glock, at least have a Glock.
Yeah, they just work. I'm sorry. I have a Glock and they work. They don't mess up. There's not a lot to mess up.
Me, Walther 38, P38, good enough for me.
I'll even take a Beretta. I want a 92 FS so bad, just because it was the gun in the 80s movies.
Actually, the Taurus version was far better.
Nah. Get out of here with that Taurus stuff.
Yeah.
But before we wrap it up here with this particular live stream, is there anything else anyone would like to say about the Space Shuttle Challenger and her crew?
Don't let their memories fade.
Oh, I'm on mute.
Do what we're saying. Go out.
Yeah, so I got a friend to my right. Is he to my left? He's to my left. I got a friend to my left. His name is Reggie, and he's gonna, if it's all right with you, say a few words because I think he's a bit more eloquent than I am sometimes. And I recently restored his good voice. I figured out what the issue was on the Linux side and was able to correct it. So Reggie, play me out, man.
We all love
wait,
Reggie.
You can't hear Reggie because I didn't hit the right button. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, Reggie. I didn't mean to mute you, buddy. Please proceed, my friend.
Hi, I'm Reggie, Ronnie's co-host on the Monday show on Thursday. As we close, we remember the crew of Challenger, educators. Their work was part of a long human effort to reach beyond what is easy or safe. They carried that responsibility with professionalism and resolve. They deserve to be remembered for their dedication, not for the failure that ended their mission. We honor their skill, we honor their perseverance, and we honor the legacy they left behind. End of line.
Thank you, Reggie.
And thank you for that, DJ. Really appreciate it. Anonymous.
As all the astronauts out there who put their life on the line, they sit in those seats, they get behind the consoles and put on the helmets and the suits and blast off into space on a bullet, into the unknown, into danger, into a chance that they may never make it back. I mean, all of them are bona fide American heroes, every one of them. And the ones that didn't make it back, even more so, because they knew it could happen. They did it anyway. They fought their fear. They they embraced exploration and the actual progression of the human spirit, the human condition. They wanted to progress us off this world a little bit, you know, and improve our lives. Because, like I said before, I don't know how many inventions, how many advancements in technology, and just almost basic stuff that we have came out of the space program.
Yeah, taking different materials and components, and bringing them up into space and see how they, react to a zero-G environment compared to the gravity of Earth.
So, for that alone, they are heroes, and they always will be, and they will hopefully never be forgotten. Teach your kids. You have kids. Teach your kids. Teach your kids about Columbia. Teach your kids about Challenger. Teach your kids about Apollos. Just show them all the stuff. It's cool as crap, and it sparks imagination. It sparks creativity, and who could be the next astronauts? Who wants to go to Mars? Who could be astronauts on Elon's ships? Could be your kids. Just, you never know.
And Helion does say, I had a lot to say, but missed most of the stream, and I will definitely bring up one of the very important reason as to why, you have other things going on in your life. And Lady Miss says, for those that boldly go where no one has gone before, and those that paved the way for them to travel to the stars, we salute and thank you. And Cash, what do you have to say?
I think Anonymous covered it for everybody, really. No, really, I do. I mean, the biggest problem that we do still continue to face in society is that we forget about these things. You could ask a lot of people now, especially the younger generation, you guys heard about the Challenger? They'll probably be, what? So, we need to reinforce these things.
Yeah.
And tell people that, because this stuff is important. And then there's also people, like I had said before, that they just don't care about space exploration. Well, I like living on Earth. I don't care about this. Why are we doing this? We have to keep exploring. So,
it comes down to, I don't care if we don't.
There are materials that were developed for space research and the shuttle that were eventually adapted for medical use.
What? No, they can't be. Right.
My mom always pointed out that things like Velcro, improved quality of life for people. But even these things are small things in comparison to the greater work. But Cash inspired a thought. I know we're wrapping up, but he inspired a thought. He reminded me just the other day. I'm watching a guy. He does like economics, geopolitics. Like he's sort of like like a guy who's like a First and Second Amendment advocate, and he's a bit of a libertarian, but like he brings up Artemis. He can't pronounce the word Artemis, but okay, fair enough. I'm not going to police people's grammar, that's okay. But then he brings up like, oh, we went to the moon already, but here we are to talk about going again. It's like, did we go to the moon the last time? He's basically questioning the original Apollo missions, and it's like, he's quoting the idea that, he's making like remarking how people say we lost the technology, and it's like an often repeated talking point for people who don't know how any of this stuff works, and either it's purveyed by people who simply want to get a following for denying the Apollo program, and then often it sounds good to reasonable people and they repeat that, and the question of why haven't we gone back since. And I'm not going to get into the whole reasoning, but there's if you actually look into it, like just on the record, it's pretty clear there's like reasonable reasons why you don't go back to the moon. But just the idea, I guess all I'm saying is like he questioned it. I like to pick one example, and it's like just making the F1 engine. They had to make a special welding machine, a brazing machine, a vacuum brazing machine that can enclose the entire F1 engine and do it all in one shot. Like you're welding something in one shot in a vacuum chamber. And this machine is huge. It's not the kind of machine you keep around. But beyond that, I don't know, if you just read about it. Like, it's not like they can make up all of this stuff. NASA does things so publicly that, like, the only things they don't do publicly are the military missions. And anyway, that's a whole other sidebar. I'm going to probably dive deep into this on tomorrow night because why not? You know, I've been dying to talk about it. Ever since I watched that guy's video, I started drafting a comment, and I'm like, it's just easier to just verbally react to it. But, you know, it's like when people say, like even the guy I'm talking about, nice guy, he mentioned Cash about, you know, like how we could be spending money over here. But when you look at the budget, it's like 2% of the budget, or 0.5% actually. And during the Apollo program, it was a much larger piece of the pie. And I'm not saying we should go back to that, but don't say that money should be spent elsewhere when we're spending less money than we ever did before on this stuff. You know, it's not the problem. Like, that's not the reason why, you know, we don't have money for things that we probably shouldn't be funding anyway. But that's a whole other topic. Back to you guys.
Let me give you a little small list of stuff. This is not a whole list, obviously, but here's a little list of stuff that we have developed because of the space program. Memory foam, cordless tools, CMOS imaging sensors, which are basically the stuff in your phone, cameras.
And my telescope. Go on.
And your telescope. Scratch-resistant lenses, freeze-dried food, smoke detectors. How many lives has that saved? Water filtration, purification systems, infrared thermometers, cordless wireless headsets because of the space program, firefighting equipment, advanced athletic shoes. Well, you know, who cares? Precision GPS, medical imaging contributions like MRIs. That's just a small, tiny list of all the things that came out of that.
Why does everybody forget the most important thing? Everyone keeps on forgetting the most important thing that the space program.
I said freeze-dried food.
Tang.
Oh no, I know.
No, Tang.
Tang. No,
oh, Tang.
Really? Of course, dude.
No.
Baron likes Tang.
No,
he's being
but
serious.
Baron's serious.
Yeah.
Tang was invented for the astronauts.
I mean,
giving them something to drink.
Mm-hmm. Right. They promoted it. The hell. Well, you don't do it now, but I mean, back in the day, it's like what astronauts drink, which is a form of freeze drying and whatever that they had with it. But here you had yourself an instant orange drink.
I hate to tell you this, but Grok disagrees with you.
I mean,
popularly attributed items like Tang, drink, or Teflon are myths. They weren't created for NASA.
I think, but NASA definitely latched onto it because it had certain properties that made it better than alternatives. Yeah. But that's an interesting correction, though. I gotta say. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just saying it's Grok, so you know, take that with
well, it's Grok. You can't count on anything that Grok says.
I do remember hearing that sometime down the road.
Check Gemini or some of the other ones.
Probably the same people who said that we didn't go to the moon. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And Helion, there is Tang in my area.
Yeah, I think Tang is still around. I just haven't seen it.
See Tang.
You don't see a lot of advertisements for it anymore.
No. But Sunny D tastes a lot like Tang.
Mm-hmm.
Are you dying, Mouse?
And
hairball.
And I just want to say that I do strongly believe we should still be going up into space.
Yes.
Experimenting with different technologies and finding out, you know, what is the limit of our materials down here up in space. But educating ourselves.
Well, it's creating new elements to survive in space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Making technologies to where, the heat shields are great, but can we make indestructible heat shields where they can take a hit and not have a problem, or all kinds of weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather send you. Yeah, I'd rather send you to the moon, Helion.
Well, I was going to pitch in and take a GoFundMe for sending Mike as far away from our solar system as possible to see, first human past Pluto.
Right.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I think where Elon is maybe missing the prize is he's talking about Mars. Now, that said, he is working on landing on the moon because, that's something he's literally received a contract to perform. But asteroid mining could pay dividends versus having a science outpost on Mars. And while I do appreciate the idea of having a backup plan for humanity in case something cataclysmic happens on Earth, asteroid mining is a way that you can both support Mars facilities because now you're doing your manufacturing in orbit. Because really the goal, that, as a friend of mine put it, our goal, one of our big goals should be reducing what we have to bring up from a gravity well. Earth is a gravity well. And, it's like you could build big in space, or you could build, if you could just get certain things sorted out, like how you go about smelting in orbit, you can now get your resources in space as well. And in-situ resource utilization, I believe, is the fancy term for it. And I'm hoping that once, they get the moon mission going, Artemis is going, and they're getting prepared for Mars, I'm hoping that development starts to shift gears. And that's why, at least, even though we make fun of Jeff Bezos, he is doing a good job with whatever rockets he does launch, whatever few public appearances you see of the rockets. They do work. They do their thing. There are some weird patent issues, like they might be doing some patent trolling where they patent a feature that now if any other company adopts a similar feature, they're going to be sued for it. But in general, competition in this field can still yield better results than if we only had one player involved. And it's, one area I give Obama credit by ending the space shuttle program and shifting priority and resources towards private sector space programs. It gave companies like SpaceX an opportunity to fill that gap.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, just that the way they did it was we were without a landing capability. We had to rely on the Russians. That's a negative aspect of that.
And Shane's exactly right.
And the thing is, I'm for more private. Yeah, I mean, I believe in making it more into the private sector. I'm a bit libertarian on that one because, again, it's the competition. That's what drives new innovations, safe innovations, and the like. So I'm glad to see that we have that going. Now, Lady Miss said something earlier. I'm sorry, I got to respond to it. It's about Tang making you glow orange. I hope that's true because if it is, I'm going to overdose on Tang, shave my head and beard, and run around the neighborhood naked in the middle of the night. So someone comes up with a new creepypasta about the Orange Man.
Well, yeah, you gotta maybe a blonde hairpiece and do a Halloween costume.
Mm.
Well, we'll see the last of
But
it was good knowing you, buddy. We'll do a show in your honor.
Now, real quick,
the Orange Man has been cited. Yeah.
Real quick, or not so real quick. In this case, with this, I want to bring attention to something because Helion is someone who recently subscribed to the channel, but I've known her from being over at Pat Stevens' channel and the Backtube and other places. But she let me know last night while I was playing Half-Life that her daughter had gone missing. So I posted the link to information about her daughter, and I'm going to bring it up on screen. So if you live in the Jacksonville, Florida area, or you see her, and Alicia Duran, 18 years old, height 5 foot, weight 110 pounds, with brown eyes and blonde hair. If you see her, please contact the authorities immediately. I know Helion is worried about her. She hasn't seen her since yesterday afternoon at 1:30 Eastern time. He said that she left without shoes on, and she had said when she came in here that the last recorded visual confirmation of her being somewhere was around 10 o'clock last night. So please, if you see her, contact the authorities because I know Helion wants her home. And Helion, I am going to post this on my X after the show.
our prayers for you, and prayers to have this taken care of ASAP, and she's found safe.
Yes.
Agreed.
Nobody should have to worry about their child, regardless of their child's age.
Mm-hmm.
No parent should
They're always your child.
should have this type of burden. Where is my child? So please, if you can, if you see her, contact the authorities immediately. And with that being said, gentlemen, if you would like to promote yourself, now would be the time.
Coming back up to speed. Talk to you all later. Except I'll be with these Goombas.
Okay.
Maybe I'll try to sneak into EJ's show tomorrow, talking about the moon landing hoax.
You gonna be on AJ, Abomination AJ, or DJ?
I said DJ.
Oh, you said DJ. I'm sorry. I thought you said AJ. I was like, Abomination AJ? He's a cool dude too. But
and on that note,
and I'm like, he's talking about the moon landing. What? No, I'm kidding. But jokes aside, yeah, if you want to come through, I'll send you a message. I gotta see if I can. I gotta coordinate dinner with my pops, and maybe I'll actually stick to a time that is reasonable and consistently accurate as per the time I set that day.
Sure. I mean, I'm actively hoarding myself here.
You'd be great for that one, man.
See this is how you network on here. Right. And just what would you send it to me on? Mail?
I would. That's a great question. I don't know. How do I message you? X or email? I think I got your email address.
I think you do. Yeah.
You sent me that cool video of myself. Well, not myself, a turtle or someone doing something funny with a turtle. Yeah, I got you right here. I got your email address. Yeah, I got the Galaxy video you sent me a while ago. Yep, got you.
Yep. Okay, good. Yeah. We've been in communications, folks.
I might get you on a list. Probably of cool people, though. Not in trouble with them, I'm sure.
I'm a troublemaker. You know that.
But yeah, on my show, I'm not trying to promote. Reggie said some somber words, and I don't want to take away from Impact. Reggie's a great co-host. I mean, I know he's just a language model, but this large language model works, and so that's all you can ask of a machine, and it's software. But I do some astrophotography sometimes if weather permits. I'm doing it right now because today night it appears to be clear, and we are looking at the cigar galaxy, which looks like a cigar, which is awesome. And because the night is young, unlike last night when I imaged the cigar galaxy, I will be able to get good pictures and just give you guys an idea of what the cigar galaxy looks like. I'm going to go pull up my the most recent raw data from last night, and then I'll leave you with that. But, I talk about different topics. We explore topics. We just kind of have fun, and I have a really, really, really great audience, a great group in the chat. Lady Mist is often one of the regulars, and it's just, real pleasure to have nice people who give good feedback and, share their thoughts and ideas on things. So, yeah, this is the cigar right over here. You can see it literally looks like a cigar. But one of the things that I had to focus on last night because, whether it was gonna become sunrise, I put it into hydrogen alpha. Now, if you notice, the cigar is still there, but instead you just see this bright part here. So when you see a picture, there's a bright red stuff that emits from the center of the cigar. And I'm sorry, my scroll wheel is all messed up here. I literally have an Apple Magic Mouse taped to my keyboard so that I can scroll better than my scroll wheel. It works all right. So anyway, bottom line is, we're going to see what the weather holds for us tomorrow. But if nothing else, I talk about stuff, and on occasion I even have guests on like you guys. And the last time you guys were on, you guys were awesome. And the next time I have any one of you or all of you guys on, I'm sure it'll be just as awesome as it always is. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Like last week we talked about, I talked about the space shuttle. I don't know, I just fell into that topic by accident, and we looked at the inside of the components, and we just kind of discussed like how it's put together. And then by coincidence, Mike was like, "Oh, the Challenger thing's come up, man. You want to come through?" I'm like, "Oh, heck yeah!" And this was a great opportunity.
Their science officer or science expert.
I know I lean into the technical stuff more, and I'm glad that Mike was able to like fill in all the the human stuff, because I mean that matters. I mean that's like I guess I'm just utterly fascinated by the technical angle, and understanding the technical angle helps us understand the risks involved or the decisions made that led to the situation.
Yeah, and I knew when I was going to be doing this live stream, I wanted to make sure I had the information there and ready to go. So even today, before going into StreamYard, I was still looking for information to make sure it was as up to date as possible with information.
Well, it looks like we were accurate. Like, I mean, I didn't really put any corrections in at all, right? All I did was mention something about Columbia, but that one people often get wrong because they blame the tiles as opposed to what really happened. But you guys had that right, too, for the most part. And, I mean, technically, yeah, the tile failed on Columbia after, a stream of fire went inside the wings. So, it's kind of like, cause and effect right there. So, yeah, the tile was failed, but they were not the thing that caused the actual failure.
Yeah. And Cass, what do you have coming up?
Some surprises. I'm just going to leave it at that. I mean, I feel like this stream, if anything,
Oh,
is
come
more,
on, partner.
no surprises. That's it. I feel that's what you won't.
Hey, Cash, I got an important question. Did you ever do a Crab's Treasure? Because I need to watch that video so I can get further in that game.
I've done the 2 parts. I'm still working on the third part is not ready yet because I want to get higher level because things are getting a lot harder in that game.
Well, you got further than me, so I'll watch what you have. Thanks.
Cash has crabs.
But no, there'll be some surprises coming up. So and I'll just leave it at that. I want to leave it short and sweet, like Baron. So.
No Evil West.
Who knows? We'll see. It's a surprise.
See, he's even all the information from me, folks.
Wait, now you know how I feel.
Yeah. And Anonymous. Anything on the horizon?
Let me think. When I do that one thing and then I have to go do the other, then no, nothing.
No Harry Potter stuff or anything? Okay.
Harry Potter. No. Thought about turning my channel into making fun of other guitar guy videos.
Okay, well, I mean, whatever you want to do, man.
Like once you get into something, you start watching all these videos, because you want to get as deep into it as you can, and then it turns out, everybody's a grifter, just about, and nobody's authentic, and they have these formulas that they make their videos, and it's just or they're just half-aing it the whole time. I just wanted to make like roasting videos about them, but I don't know.
Or you see videos where someone's hyping something up, coming out for a movie or a game, but you're listening to them and you're going, you're completely fake.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
So yeah, YouTube's full of it, and it's hard to find the authentic stuff to listen to and watch. You find a few and you stick with them, but
yeah,
right. You have to listen to them sometimes a couple times and hope that the first one wasn't just that rare one that made them sound good.
Oh, you can tell right away when they're like, "Oh my gosh, guys, you got to play this." And okay, can you give us better reason? No, it's just amazing.
Yeah, five or this one trick will turn you into a rock god in 5 seconds. It's like, all right, I don't believe you, but okay.
I tried the trick and I'm not a rock god. What happened?
It's crazy.
He got tricked.
You got tricked. It's clickbait. It's all clickbait.
Yep.
What you need is a gray cat.
I mean,
I have a gray and white cat.
See, there we go. That'll make you superstar on YouTube. You got to make sure you show him. No, Mouse, you've been kind of camera shy lately. Good to see you back here.
But real quick before I promote what's coming up on the channel, again, please, if you can, if you live in Jacksonville, Florida, even if you don't, if you see Helion's daughter and Alicia Durant, please notify the authorities immediately. Let's bring her home, safe and sound. And again, Helion, I will post the link in X after the stream.
And everybody share it.
Yes, please share it out. But as far as what's going to be coming up on the channel within the next few days, tomorrow I'll be playing more Mass Effect at 6 p.m. Eastern on both YouTube and Rumble. And then Friday, I'm going to be doing a Rumble only stream at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's not any kind of membership stream or anything. It's just Rumble only to try to get a few more watch hours done for the premium program. So I'll be playing a variety of games, one of them being Ghost Trick, the other being Marvel Rivals. And then I'm also going to be playing Arc Raiders for the first time on stream. So if you want to come by and watch any of that, and then hopefully, because he had told me at one time, but obviously things have changed, but hopefully we'll be playing Evil West Friday night as well.
Never gonna happen.
I'm still waiting for me to join in with the gaming again.
Yeah. And
Cash
you
doesn't like
you know who we're waiting on?
No, he doesn't like me. He doesn't like me.
Him.
He's too busy with.
We're always waiting on him.
Yeah, right now he's probably getting his kale sandwich.
Kale?
He's got a drug kingpin.
Tofu wrapped in kale.
You guys, I'm telling you,
Syndicate
man,
run.
I'm going to make sure to put in your application so you guys can work at MSNBC,
Doesn't
PBS
exist no more.
NewsHour, MSNB Now, whatever you want to call it, CNN. You guys will be perfect for all this fluff you guys keep putting out.
Hey,
Kale.
at least
and,
we'll be coming up with better lies.
That's right.
Sure.
We'll have more
Interesting.
entertaining and
Right.
more interesting lies
Yes.
and more entertaining lies.
Than the rest of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yes.
I could be working for the World Weekly News if it's still. Well, it's still around on the internet, but if that paper was still around, I could be working for them. No problem.
Mm-hmm. Fat boy.
But at this time, I also want to thank those of you who were here. Tim, thank you for providing those pictures of Discovery. Really appreciate it. And I'm not talking about Star Trek Discovery. I'm talking about Space Shuttle Discovery.
I can get your pictures of Star Trek Discovery. That's not a problem.
No, there's no such thing. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Never happened.
Never heard of it.
Padawannabe, thank you for being here with us tonight. I also want to thank Lady Mist for being here with us tonight. Greatly appreciate it.
Hello,
Jace.
Oh, Jace was here. Cool.
Jason's
Yes.
getting married.
Oh, snaps.
Congratulations, bud.
I must have missed
Oh.
him. What did I miss?
Congrats.
Congrats.
Did he get married?
He's getting married. He's in the
He's getting
text
married.
chat with the ring on.
I haven't really checked
So
X chat that much.
Oh.
I don't. Yeah.
Or the
Okay, you're in that
identities,
ball
whatever
and
you want to
chain.
call it now.
Well, congratulations, Jace.
Wow.
Congratulations on this big step, brother.
And our condolences to your future wife.
Yeah.
Also, friendly Fire Clips, thank you for being here. And GTA, Rockstar God, Gamer, Merkwu, thank you for
There you
being here.
go.
That's
You
a
did it,
That's a
man.
mouthful.
Yay.
That's a mouthful. Shut up,
Yay.
Cash.
Yay.
Shut up. Shut
Wow.
up. Shut up. Shut up.
Wow.
I'm still trying to be respectful for tonight because of the topic, so I'm
So
avoiding
am I.
saying
Yeah,
a few choice words.
I'm just saying that was an impressive name, though.
It was.
Yeah.
That was a mouthful. It was good. He got it, though. It's good job.
Phil, thank you for being here with us tonight. Really appreciate it. Tommy, thank you very much.
In his gaping.
Real Wade Gaming Clips, thank you, Wade, for being here. Scott, thank you. And again, brother, I'm praying for your father and safe trip because he's going to be leaving tomorrow to go see his father. So please, safe travels. Helion, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for the safe return of your daughter. I hope she comes home safe.
Right.
Shane, thank you very much. Let me just make sure that I didn't miss anybody. Of course, DJ and Anonymous, thank you.
Sweetly.
Thank you for spending time out of your Wednesday evening to talk about this topic. And it's a different topic than what we normally would talk about on the show, but it's an important topic. Jet Sparks, thank you very much. And of course,
Go drink your Tang. That's what I gotta say. Drink.
Hey, what do you got against Tang? I have nothing against Tang. I had some Tang.
I love Tang. That's what I'm saying. Go out and drink some Tang. Yeah, I like Tang. Like I said, Sunny D tastes like Tang.
Boom Tang?
I can't find Tang. I drink Sunny D.
No, not that kind of Tang. Of course, there's Anonymous. But again, everybody, thank you very much. If you haven't done so, please follow and subscribe to Anonymous and DJ Ronnie G, Cash Money 007, Baron Orbit Tag. And if you want, Pacific414. And remember two things on this channel. Don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy, but also for tonight, in memory of the 7 astronauts who were lost 40 years ago. May their memories always live long and prosper. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
Autobots, transform and roll out.